So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm really sorry to interrupt, because what you're doing right now is, of course, exactly what we're here for, and this is to get into contact, to exchange ideas and experiences. So I promise I'll be brief, but we just wanted to kick you off, and of course, then when I'm done with the logistics, very warmly also officially welcome you to the Philipp Schwartz Forum. So let's get started. Esteemed representatives of the German Federal Foreign Office, the European Commission, and the German Ministry for Research, Technology and Space, dear fellows, dear academic mentors, dear host institutions, and dear partners, on behalf of the Alexander von Humboldt Foundation, and specifically speaking, yeah, that always happens to me usually. I'm really glad it's someone else. On behalf of the Alexander von Humboldt Foundation, and especially the Department for Strategy and External Relations, which is home to the Philipp Schwartz Initiative to MSCA4Ukraine, and has the lead on academic freedom for the Humboldt Foundation, I would like to thank you all for joining us here in Berlin via our online broadcast, as well as here in person for the 2026 Philipp Schwartz Forum. As I mentioned, allow me to briefly start us off with some very practical information. Before I do that, one person I would like to meet you in advance, and this is Frank Albrecht, who is sitting in the second row, and together with him we will be your masters of ceremony for the next 2 days. So Frank, if you could briefly, thank you. Thank you very much. And yeah, we will guide you through the next 2 days ahead of us. So we have tried to make this meeting as accessible as possible, which means that all plenary sessions this afternoon will be streamed online. Please do have a look, if you haven't had so far, at our event app to find more about the program and, of course, about the speakers of this forum. And I see the first people checking their phones. Perfect. For reasons of sustainability, we do offer digital copies of the forum program only. So for those of you who are looking for the printed program, please continue your search online and use the app. Let me also address a few points related to the security of our attendees, because this is not any forum, obviously. We are focusing on academic freedom, which means that some of you in this room for some of you in this room, it means that you had to take a lot of courage to turn up. And we will do our utmost to protect your safety and to make sure this is really a safe space. How will we do this? Today's program will be filmed and streamed, as I mentioned, live via YouTube. We do also have a photographer with David Auserhofer, very warm welcome, and a videographer in this room to document the event. And selected representatives of the media have been invited to parts of the event. Having said this, everyone involved has been instructed that restrictions apply to photography and to filming. Attendees had the opportunity beforehand during registration to decline being photographed. Please note that the attendees who are wearing a red lanyard, so mine is green obviously, but for those of you who are wearing a red one, and for all the others, this means that people wearing a red lanyard must not be photographed or filmed at any time, including during breaks and meals. You will also find designated no photo zones in all meeting rooms, including the dinner space, and we ask that attendees refrain from photography or videography in these zones as well at any time. Please also be aware that your voice will be recorded and streamed when asking a public question via microphone, so you can ask any member of staff to ask a question on your behalf. Frank, I'm just wondering, should our staff representative briefly introduce themselves? Yeah? No, later on? Later on, okay, perfect. We'll introduce ourselves later on, but there is an opportunity to ask a staff member to ask a question on your behalf if you don't want your voice recorded. Tomorrow, the workshop will not allow for any online attendance and will not be streamed, again, in order to create a safe space for open exchange. Finally, I would like to thank Frank Albrecht, whom you've already met, Maike Diderot, Sandra Gjiva, and the whole entire division, Philipp Schwartz Initiative and Academic Freedom at the Foundation for again bringing this event to life together with our conference agency, BESL, who I see there in the back. Thank you very much to all of you for your kind attention. And now, as I promised, I won't be long. Without any further delay, let me welcome our host today, who is the president of the Freie Universität Berlin, where we're currently based, to officially open the forum. Professor Ziegler, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Frau Wellen. Lieber Herr Professor Schlögel of the Humboldt Foundation, dear Frank Albrecht, dear Mrs. Reifenstuhl, dear Robin Gadblett, dear Katrin Kinzelbach, dear fellows and alumni of the Philipp Schwartz Initiative, dear host professors, dear colleagues, dear everybody here. It's a great pleasure to welcome you to Freie Universität as we celebrate and you celebrate the 10th anniversary of the Philipp Schwartz Initiative. Your choice of a university that you are here is, I believe, no coincidence. Freie Universität Berlin was founded in 1948 by students and professors who sought refuge from political restrictions on teaching and research in the Soviet sector of the city when the university there was Stalinized. That's the people who wanted to have a free university in Berlin. Scholars at risk, if you want. So that's our history, the history of this university, and the longing for academic freedom of these people created a university that remains a beacon for those same values today. So what better place is there than Freie Universität to gather and to honor the achievements of PSI fellows? Our university seal, which and sometimes you have to look below the surface. If you see this white poster here, then below this white poster is the seal of the university with these three words, Veritas, Justitia, Libertas, truth, justice, and freedom. And that's the values that this university was built on and is built on. These were the ideals of our founders, and it is our daily responsibility to bring them and to keep them at life. Supporting scholars at risk is one of the most concrete ways we do so. But what does it mean to pursue truth, justice, and freedom in times of geopolitical disruption? And this may still be a very vague way to describe what's happening in these days, geopolitical disruption, in these times of so-called alternative truths, rising inequality, authoritarian resurgence, where whole countries are just threatened of complete disruption without any basis, reason, reasonability, truth, justice, or freedom. On a recent trip to Cairo last week, I saw firsthand how geopolitical conflict somewhere reshapes daily life. Due to war and energy crisis, the government there ordered shops and cafes and everything to close at 9 p.m., which is a striking measure for a city like Cairo that never sleeps. Imagine the impact on small business owners and an already fragile economy. It hurts everyone. It hurts. Such experiences remind us that the consequences of global conflicts are often invisible to us, yet profoundly real for others. The same is true for academic freedom. While we in Germany enjoy a high degree of academic liberty, we must not take it for granted. We must not take anything for granted in these times. Even here, we see worrying trends that demand our attention. The Philipp Schwartz Initiative and all programs protecting scholars at risk, from the Scholars at Risk to CARA, the Council for At-Risk Academics, to our French colleagues at PAUSE, they all serve as both a seismograph for the state of academic freedom and a vital instrument for its defense. Freie Universität was the first German university to join the Scholars at Risk network in 2012. Since then, we've hosted around 60 at-risk scholars, thanks to the support of the Philipp Schwartz Initiative, the Einstein Foundation here in Berlin, the Scholar Rescue Fund, the Mellon Foundation, the Volkswagen-Stiftung, Volkswagen Foundation, and our own resources. Dedicating funds to provide safe spaces for scholars at risk is more than a commitment, it is a statement. We mean it. We should know that crises follow one another. Civil wars and political persecution have forced scholars to flee Syria, Turkey, Afghanistan, Ukraine, Belarus, Venezuela, Iran, and others. We can never do enough, but we can be prepared by providing funding to protect those at risk. We build resilience and affirm the autonomy of the global academic community. The global academic community, the way we see it, is at risk, and that's what we have to deal with and have to try to prepare for. Let me tell you why I think supporting scholars at risk is such an important part of preserving academic freedom. I'm convinced we need a critical, transnational lens on academic freedom. And I think this critical lens is provided by those who had to flee and those who started rebuilding their career in our country. This gathering here is your opportunity to debate academic freedom here and elsewhere. Freie Universität Berlin is proud to offer this space. In recent years, academic freedom also in Germany has come under pressure. Polarization and the conflicts in Ukraine, in Gaza, and in Iran have deeply affected academia. The so-called Fördergate affair, when the Ministry of Science in Germany talked about revoking funds from scholars who had protested against something here on campus, this Fördergate affair shows that politics is tempted to interfere in our work and with our autonomy. It is our duty to reject such attempts and defend the autonomy of our universities and the freedom of our researchers. Universities cannot easily resolve wars or political conflicts, but we can provide safe spaces for inquiry and debate. Our community has grown stronger in protecting academic freedom in recent years. I think we are more aware, more cautious, and more determined to build resilient institutions, though we still have a long way to go. And I'm very much looking forward to the ideas you are sharing and providing here at this Congress. This year, academic freedom will be in focus not only today as we celebrate a decade of the Philipp Schwartz Initiative, but also in May when the Scholars at Risk section Berlin-Brandenburg and the Berlin University Alliance host the Academic Freedom Week on May 18 to May 22. We go public with that. We hope to see as many as possible of you there. Now it's time to hand over to you. I say happy birthday, Philipp Schwartz Initiative. We are honored and pleased to celebrate with you here at Freie Universität Berlin. And with that, I take the handing over very literally and hand the mic over to Anke Reifenstuhl, Director at the Foreign Office of the Federal Republic of Germany. Frau Reifenstuhl, the floor is yours and the mic is yours. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Herr Präsident, Herr Professor Schlögel, Herr Professor Ziegler, Professor Kinzelbach, esteemed partners and friends, dear scholars, good afternoon. I guess many of you who had taken a look at the program of this afternoon expected someone else to stand here, our State Secretary Koch of the Federal Foreign Office. But as Professor Ziegler mentioned and referred to the current challenging political tensions and developments, this is also the reason for State Secretary Koch not being able to be here today. Because especially or particularly these political developments that have a global impact require his presence at a meeting with parliamentarians at this moment. So on his behalf and of the Federal Foreign Office, it is my pleasure now to welcome you to this year's Philipp Schwartz Forum. This forum brings together researchers at risk, host institutions and partners committed to protecting academic freedom. It also reflects Germany's commitment to liberal and democratic values, especially at a time when these values are increasingly under pressure worldwide. As the Philipp Schwartz Initiative is a program for scientists and researchers, please allow me to begin by addressing the scientists and researchers here with us today. You were forced to leave your homes because of repression, persecution, and armed conflict. You had to cut ties with colleagues, friends, and family, often while worrying about their safety. And yet, because of your passion for and your commitment to your work, you have continued your research. That deserves not only our respect, but our political support. Over the past decade, the Alexander von Humboldt Foundation has supported more than 670 Philipp Schwartz Fellows from over 30 countries at more than 140 host institutions. This year, we are marking the 10th anniversary of the initiative, a milestone that speaks to both urgency and success. European programs such as the MSCA4Ukraine project have extended this support across the continent since the start of Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine. Each fellow contributes in a unique way to their field of research, whether that is in engineering or natural science, social sciences or humanities. Researchers like you help lay the foundations for dialogue and our shared future, in Germany as well as in your countries of origin, many of which are currently or have recently been devastated by terrible wars, be it in Syria, Sudan, or Ukraine. Let me give you 2 examples. At the Technische Universität Berlin, Dr. Sarah Saad investigates land degradation in Sudan. Her work helps us to understand the global dynamics of climate stress and what we can learn, what we all can learn from affected regions. Another example, at the Technische Universität Braunschweig, the Ukrainian Philipp Schwartz Fellow Anastasia Sploditel analyzes soil in war-affected areas of Ukraine. Her research is essential for the future recovery of agricultural systems. Conducting this work in the context of an ongoing war entails considerable risks. These contributions are highly relevant, both for your countries of origin and for Europe. Funded by the Federal Foreign Office and implemented by the Alexander von Humboldt Foundation, the Philipp Schwartz Initiative goes beyond supporting individuals. It strengthens institutions, builds international networks, and reinforces the openness and excellence of our scientific system. Since its launch, this initiative has become the central pillar of Germany's support for researchers at risk and has significantly shaped the academic landscape in this country. Today, supporting researchers at risk is understood as part of our institution's broader responsibility in a world of growing challenges and shrinking spaces for freedom. Therefore, I would like to express my sincere appreciations to all those involved. Over time, the initiative has become a model not only in Germany, where the Federal Foreign Office has also funded similar initiatives for students, artists, and journalists, but also increasingly across Europe, where support for researchers at risk has gained momentum. We see strong commitment across the European Union, from Inspire Europe to MSCA4Ukraine and SAFE, and will continue to support these efforts with our partners. Moreover, the work of the Alexander von Humboldt Foundation plays an integral part in addressing global challenges, ranging from climate change to conflict prevention and sustainable development. Academic cooperation is not only an end in itself, it is a strategic element of our foreign policy, strengthening partnerships and enabling evidence-based responses to shared global challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes people think that the Philipp Schwartz Initiative is a means of humanitarian support or a tool for attracting academic talents to Germany. In reality, it is much more than that. It is a strategic component of Germany's foreign policy, which is guided by 3 core objectives: freedom, security, and prosperity. At a time of growing geopolitical competition and increasing pressure on academic freedom worldwide, the initiative plays a role in pursuing all 3. Freedom, because academic freedom is not a marginal issue. It is a foundation to open societies. In Germany, this freedom is enshrined in our basic law and our constitution. It is a global public good that requires active protection. Where it is undermined, democracy is weakened. Security, because in today's world, security goes beyond military capabilities. It depends on resilient institutions, trusted knowledge, and international cooperation. Prosperity, because innovation and economic development rely on open global knowledge networks. Without free research, there is no sustainable growth. The initiative plays a crucial role at this intersection by protecting academic freedom, strengthening resilience and international academic cooperation, and contributing to future prosperity. In today's world, science is no longer only a field of academic cooperation. It is now an arena where political ideologies and strategic interests compete. Knowledge itself is becoming a geopolitical factor and a source of influence. In this context, the Academic Freedom Index, led by today's keynote speaker, Professor Kinzelbach, is becoming increasingly important. By systematically documenting restrictions on academic freedom worldwide, it highlights the worrying global trend and provides a crucial foundation for political action. Such evidence is indispensable for shaping informed and effective responses. This is why the Philipp Schwartz Initiative, as a bulwark of academic freedom and international academic solidarity, is of particular political significance. Let me conclude with one final thought. Beyond its strategic relevance, the initiative offers an opportunity for self-reflection. Researchers like you, who share both professional expertise and first-hand experience of threats to free and independent research, enrich this debate in Europe, thus helping us identify challenges and strengthen our systems. Some of these questions may be uncomfortable, but this is exactly why they matter. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Reifenstuhl and Professor Ziegler, for your kind and encouraging words of welcome. That really means a lot, especially on this 10th year anniversary that we're celebrating today. It is now my great pleasure to introduce the first of our two keynote speakers, which is our very own president, Professor Schlögl. He will begin, and he will be swiftly followed by Professor Kinzelbach, whom also many of you will know. She's Professor of Human Rights Politics at the Friedrich Alexander University of Erlangen-Nuremberg. And I now hand over the floor to Professor Schlögl.
Welcome, I can only say. Welcome, partners, attendees. It's an honor and a pleasure to welcome you here on the opening of the Philipp Schwartz Forum 2026. Now, we had two very insightful welcome speeches, and so the question is, what can I add to this? Not very much, but I can dig a little bit deeper and carve out some points that I think need maybe more attention. This event is a special occasion. Today we commemorate the 10th anniversary, as we have heard, and that a program like that is still needed is no reason to celebrate. And yet, the fact that such a program exists, the support that it receives from political and also academic spheres, we have heard this in the welcome addresses, and global partnerships that brings you here together, which have made this program possible. These are good reasons to celebrate and to reflect of what is needed from us now in the near future. It's more than adequate that we assembled today here at the Free University, because ever since the Philipp Schwartz Initiative was launched in 2015, the Free University has been active as a host institution for at-risk researchers. We heard this just before. The latest Humboldt ranking shows that the Free University is the most popular university in Germany among our network's outstanding researchers. Yet another reason to be here. But it is important to understand that protection initiatives rely on individuals who support and cultivate them and bring them to life. So I thank Professor Ziegler, even in his absence, for him and his colleagues for giving us such a warm welcome once again. Yes, it is precisely through and for strong ties that we have gathered here today. The network here in the room makes international collaboration happen. This is an effect. It works for the pursuit of knowledge and for social progress rather than for ideology or even money. If this is true. We just have heard 670 fellows. That is quite a substantial number. From 31 countries have found a safe place in 147 host institutions. That is the result of an untiring shared commitment to academic freedom in times that demand much of us as societies that are marked by crisis and steady degradation of liberal and democratic values. You can say, in other words, there might be more important things to do than support the Philipp Schwartz initiative. But it's you, dear fellows, who can tell us about the hotspots of danger in this world. Your courage is standing up against injustice in the world, serves as an example to us all. I can hardly imagine what many of you have gone through, and I'm deeply grateful to you for telling us about it here in this forum and for sharing your experiences with us. This is unfortunately bitterly necessary, as many of us here have not yet realized that we are past the so-called epochal break, with the consequence that improving on our individual as well as on our national comfort zones is no longer adequate action. The alumni and active PSI awardees, you can tell what it means to get out of the comfort zone and find in positive spirit to preserve the fundamentals of civilization and mutual respect. You are hope and role models for what it takes to react on the unimaginable words and deeds of the American ruler that we just heard a couple of days ago. Today, we are living in a new reality, a reality that would have seemed impossible just a few months ago. We have had to abandon our faith in a rule-based world order and the promise that international law offers at least a certain degree of protection to individuals. I think that hope is gone. These are dark times. When we think of the people in the Middle East or Ukraine, our hearts cannot help but be heavy. And in particular, Ukrainians teach us what it is to practice resilience with knowledge and ingenuity against a frightening aggressor. At the same time, there are so many other regions around the world that are also rocked by war and conflicts, and we should not forget this. We keep our attention usually only to one of these problems, but there are many more that happen simultaneously. So what must we as scientists do other than contemplate over the lost past? We must not stop to identify facts and evidence and put them against the hybrid war efforts. We know from Alexander from Humboldt that everything is interconnected to anything, and that the anything still can be identified. And we learn from him that insight is of no effect if it is not present in the heads of the many. We are no politicians who act, but we are advisors to them and to our societies. To take on the role of evidence-based communication is our mission in these times. Freedom of speech and academic freedom are being restricted continuously. This is the tool that we need. And even in those places where violence is not yet physical, optimism has begun to crumble away. As fear spreads in academia, anxious questions arise. What is going to happen next? Will I, as a person, be affected by this? We do find ourselves in a dangerous path. Ideological differences now suffice as a reason to consider certain partnerships to be risky and not to be developed any further. Friend-foe thinking arising from economic, technological, and geopolitical conflicts is affecting academic systems. Individual groups, issues, and forms of knowledge are being considered as being dangerous. We are seeing controls being placed on speech, controls that regulate what can be said and how can it be said. As a result of this, academic freedom is shifting from being a norm and a right to being a regulatory category which can be negotiated or restricted. Attacks on academic freedom are increasing, but they have also become more diffuse and controlled by a climate of fear, as we have recently seen even in the American states. A climate of fear, which researchers have to ask themselves whether the mere use of the word like climate or the word diversity might already result in severe disadvantages. Here comes a quotation. At first, I no longer wrote everything that I thought, and then I no longer said everything. Much later, I noticed that I was taking a different route home every day. It's a very severe statement. This quotation comes from one of the first fellows of the Philipp Schwartz Initiative. It describes how the freedom he had as a researcher and citizen of his own country was gradually lost. He ultimately had to leave the country. Since arriving here in Germany, he feels safe and free to continue his research because here in Germany, freedom of research and instruction are protected under our constitution. This is now so, for the moment. Anyone who today believes that academic freedom is none of their concern because particularly here in Germany things are still good is strongly mistaken. Democracy has been wobbling for some time now, and we cannot simply point to others with the confidence that the threat will not reach our doorstep anymore. This is also shown by the numbers from the 2026 update of the Academic Freedom Index that Professor Kinzelbach will present following these remarks. The index with its 5-dimensional, hopefully, yes, conceptual definition of academic freedom clearly shows which area of academic life and work and thus also of society are affected. It is very important that academic freedom is not just a term, but is something that one can follow, that we can measure, at least where we can see trends. But the dim prospects that we see, and we will see in the next presentation, unfortunately again, should not be a reason to bury our heads in the sand. That's the worst of anything that we can do. Fear of the reality of a crisis is as old as a crisis itself. In his famous Rückrede, joined of former Federal Prime President Roman Herzog, he said in 1997, quite some time ago, the loss of economic dynamism, the ossification of society, an unbelievable mental depression, these are the catchwords of the crisis. They form a pervasive triad, a triad in a minor key. These are very actual words, and we can think, my goodness, that was 1997. How far are we now? Many of us probably sense this triad in a minor key. But succumbing to this fear would be a fatal mistake, not only in terms of our humanity, but also for progress and innovation of our own work. As Herzog puts it, a society plagued by fear becomes incapable of reform and can no longer shape its own future. Fear stifles the spirit of invention and the hope that problems can be overcome. I would wish that some people who are in power today would also read these words. The rise of right-wing forces is generating considerable insecurity everywhere in Europe. And it begins there where academia also loses broad acceptance within the society. Here's another thing where we have to do something. We have to engage with people and with the reality of their lives. We have to convey the value and importance of academia. This is our own job. Every academic has to do this. And we must use our evidence-based analysis to remedy the science internal deficits that make us vulnerable. We had the corona crisis, and many of these internal deficits became visible. Academic self-administration has developed dangerous comfort zones that we also need to overcome. So let's take the initiative. We have to do something, like we have done before in the past, and that brings me to the history part. In 2015, we were faced with a major global challenge, the dramatic development in the Middle East, 2015, 2026, and particularly in Syria, demanded a fast response in order to protect the lives of researchers who were at risk. At that time, we found a quick and flexible solution. In an unprecedented collaboration with partners from academia and Germany's Federal Foreign Office, the Philipp Schwartz Initiative was established. I dare to give you a brief recap to this. Philipp Schwartz was an important Austrian pathologist of Jewish descent. After the National Socialists expelled him from Germany in 1993, he founded die Notgemeinschaft Deutscher Wissenschaftler im Ausland. Working from Switzerland and England, Schwartz and his colleagues helped hundreds of German academics into exile. This act of enormous courage and humanity serves us as a constant reminder of our responsibilities. Looking back on those years, Schwartz himself once said, "Great hardship induced us to form a community. And this was not a matter of seeking a position that would help us find secure income. We closed ranks to fend off a degradation of the spirit that had led us to develop our abilities, for we had been born to stand in service of this spirit." It's this attitude that inspired the establishment of the Philipp Schwartz Initiative in the summer of 2015. Now, a short timeline. Germany's Federal Foreign Office and the Humboldt Foundation announced the establishment of the Philipp Schwartz Initiative in the summer of 2015. The Scholars at Risk Network, this Council of At-Risk Academics, and the IIE Scholar Rescue Fund were partners from the very start. The program received financial support from the Federal Foreign Office, from private foundations, as well as a number of private individuals. Now, when we look further, operative networks, together with 20 research institutions, the Humboldt Foundation established the German section of Scholar at Risk. We heard this in the introduction. Then in 17, the American Mellon Foundation came. The Mellon Foundation first spent $1 million USD for additional fellowships, and in the years after, until today, the Mellon Foundation donated a total of $3 million. I think this is an excellent example that we see how important transatlantic cooperation is still today. When we look in 2019, the foundation is involved to Inspire Europe, initiative to support, promote, and integrate researchers at risk in Europe, an EU-funded initiative. Now 2022, this is a crisis. 2022 was fateful. Germany's then Federal Chancellor Olaf Scholz called it Zeitenwende, the start of a new era. Russia's full invasion in Ukraine confronted Europe and the world with new realities. Once again, the Humboldt Foundation and its partners responded immediately and very effectively. Following the Russian invasion, Germany's Federal Foreign Office, the Gerda Henkel Foundation, and the Stiftung Mercator paved the way for special funding for Ukraine researchers. In 2022, the MSCA4Ukraine, the European Commission, established its third fellowship program for Ukraine researchers. Its implementation was entrusted to a consortium in which the Alexander von Humboldt Foundation was part of. In June 2024, we tried to make experience visible. The Philipp Schwartz Fellows reported on their experiences in exile as part of the Fragile Freedom lecture series. These talks were produced and podcasted by the Federal Ministry of Research Education. Now, where are we now? In 2015, 51 million people in the world were displaced. Now, according to UNESCO, they have now doubled. And there's reason to fear that the war in the Middle East and the situation that we live in today will trigger further streams of refugees. So we have to think, what will we do in the future? In other words, what have we learned for the last 10 years, and what can we do in the future? There are a few points to be made. First of all, let us not forget, this is not about individuals. This is not about individual researchers or their protection. No, it's about entire academic systems that are now affected at the moment that the autonomy of research institutions and the freedom of research are undermined. And why are precisely universities and educational institutions being targeted by autocratic leaders? Because academia is much more than a soft power. Democracies die in darkness. Academia provides light. Education and academia comprise the foundations of enlightened societies. The sources of evidence, often unwanted, and of individuals' autonomy. And autocracies are aware of this power. We cannot take freedom for granted, nor that it will always be there for all of us in equal parts. We must recognize the signs of restrictions and take action. This is your part to tell us what are these signs. We can and should learn from one another, not only when it comes to dealing with attacks, but also with regard to developing competences in institutions, in legal protection, and in communicating threats. The knowledge contained in our network helps us to become and remain resilient. If institutions fail in the face of increasing autocratic tendencies, we still have our personal connections. They constitute a firewall against inhumanity. Disciplines that are more closely tied to political power, such as molecular biology, nuclear physics, defense-related research, public health, climate science, are drawing strong attentions to political powers. Again, the decisive factor here is not a discipline per se. It's not about the science. They are not interested in that. It's rather the proximity to societal controversies. Risks for power always arises along the fault lines between knowledge and ideology. Knowledge is bad for ideology. We must be clear about one thing that I have to add here. We need top talents from abroad to evolve here in Germany, our knowledge base, and drive innovation. But Germany must get better in its recognition of academic achievements, in integrating individuals in German academic labor market, in dismantling bureaucracy. These are well-known statements. It must also be better including arrangement that enables sponsored individual families to join them. Also, this is a part of academic freedom. I just move on, unfortunately, because we have to also ask about this. Where do we come from, and how were we able to do that? Thanks to dedicated individuals and now to the institutionalized support structures in the host institutions, about more than half of all PSI alumni have been able to find employment or follow-on financing. You see on this map the broad distribution of institutions that support the Philipp Schwartz initiative. This is by no means local, but you recognize also there's a hotspot here in Berlin. Since the war has started, more than 350 persons from Ukraine have been able to continue their research work in Germany and Europe. These individuals were allowed to continue their research work in Germany and Europe. Not only forge their research here, but they also continue to cultivate strong ties with Ukraine and significantly strengthen the academic system there as well. Over 90% of the individuals being sponsored by MSCA4Ukraine reported at the end of their sponsorship that they had collaborated with more than 200 Ukrainian institutions as part of their research activities. So this was not only that they did something here, but they built a strong bridge back to Ukraine. Fellows and alumni are also crucial bridge builders, not only as individual researchers, but also through their involvement in diaspora networks. Our last panel discussion today will look more about how these networks operate. So what can we do in the future? Unfortunately, will be necessary. We have clear trends here. It is foreseeable this academic isolation will increase as a result of restricted, enforced immobility in academia and higher education. Visa, sanction and export control regimes will remain a persistent factor. This will go hand in hand with limited opportunities for collaboration, restricted career paths, and constrained knowledge circulation, exactly what the Alexander von Humboldt Foundation stands for. We therefore work to counter these developments with targeted offers of international cooperation and mobility. Political pressure will grow because universities are not only spaces for opinion and research, but unfortunately also hubs for technology, data, and international connections. We must show the adverse effects of exaggerating research security actions, here in Germany as well as somewhere else. In the future, universities and funding landscapes will probably have to adopt even more to increasingly volatile conditions and growing polarization. Self-censorships will increase. Topic selection, publication strategies, and public communication will be more cautious and risk-sensitive. Resilience and protection capabilities become important. Academic freedom, I think, should be embedded as a cross-cutting issue in training, leadership, and organizing culture, something that would be extremely useful if everybody would be aware of the value of academic freedom. No, that was one too fast. Because what I wanted to say, it brings me to the end. I have enumerated to you now a lot of things that we can learn from you. We have also understood very well that we live in times that are very dangerous, and they are much more dangerous than they were 10 years ago. So it is very useful that we continue our internal discussion such that we really learn something. And when we think about what can we learn, what do we have to learn, then there's one very important thing. And this is the final statement, so to speak. It is people who take away freedom. But it's also people who stand up and fight for freedom. You, for example. It's people who build networks and together open up real prospects for their future. It is people like you, dear fellows, hosts, universities, politicians, and partners. We all are part of one global community. This one global community is probably much stronger than individuals who take away freedom. Thanks so much, and I wish us all a fruitful discussion.
Dear dignitaries and dear colleagues, I'm honored to speak at the 10th anniversary of the Philipp Schwartz Initiative, and I want to join Professor Schlögl in saying this is a reason to celebrate, but it is also a reason to reflect. For the purpose of my talk, which I hope you can see in a moment, and somehow I don't have here. Excellent. Let's see. Yes. For the purpose of the talk, I took the liberty to take up and just slightly change the title of the session. So the title of my talk is 10 Years of Academic Freedom, Reflecting on the Past and Looking Ahead. Before I do that, I want to stress that it has been a privilege for me personally to observe the development of the Philipp Schwartz Initiative during the last decade. I had the opportunity to serve for a few years on the selection committee, and so I know At the Alexander von Humboldt Foundation, there is a highly dedicated and professional team that makes all of this possible. And the selected scholars are excellent academics, and if I may say so on a purely subjective basis, also wonderful people. To structure the presentation today, I have chosen a few key terms. So instead of giving you, the ordinary overview, I want to share these terms with you, and I hope you'll see them later on the slides. The terms are solidarity, knowledge, law, infringements, index, world, decline, but also improvement and autonomy. So let's start with solidarity. We were already reminded of the Syrian refugees that came to Germany, including academics. There are a few more events roughly 10 years ago that I think contributed to the recognition here in Germany that we needed to do more to protect scholars at risk. And I bring two of these here. On the left, you see the call for solidarity for academics for peace from Turkey. And on the right-hand side, a picture taken in Budapest when restrictive legislation was passed to kick out Central European University. And I think these events all strengthened the voice of those actors in Germany that wanted to contribute to efforts already underway in other countries to provide a safe haven for scholars at risk. And so the Philipp Schwartz initiative was launched. I think this was fundamentally done in a spirit of solidarity, also in memory of the fact that many German academics found refuge in other countries during the Nazi era, including, for that matter, in Turkey. But in addition to the spirit of solidarity with individual people, the aim was also to protect and to attract the knowledge held by the affected scholars and their institutions. And the term knowledge allows me to share a question that came to my mind around the same time, 10 years ago, and really in reaction to those very same events. And that question was, what is the state of academic freedom around the world? And at that time, we did not really have a clear answer to that question because the data available was not suitable to answer it. Now, from a purely legal perspective, there was actually a lot of clarity. The de jure situation was quite wonderful, almost perfect, at least at the level of international law. There is an international covenant on economic, social, and cultural rights that has been ratified by almost all countries in the world. You can see that the United States here is shaded light blue. That means they have only signed but not ratified this convention. And the reason is that the United States has particularly high barriers for ratifying international law, so the necessary qualified majority to actually ratify this convention has never been reached in the United States. But even the United States has made commitments under international law, namely in the International Pact on Civil and Political Rights, which includes an Article 19 on the freedom of expression, which is not quite the same as academic freedom, but the responsible special rapporteur of the United Nations has made it clear that freedom of expression in international human rights law includes the freedom to access information and, of course, free academic speech as a subcomponent of speech generally. Most countries have also ratified the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, where you see here the world map. And this covenant includes a specific article that protects the freedom of scientific inquiry, and none of the signatories has made a reservation on this article. So I want to push a little bit back against the pessimism we just heard on international law. It's not great, but it's still there. And I think we need to insist that these commitments are still important and that we can hold governments to account. However, of course, the de jure situation is not identical to the de facto situation, and the differences can be quite stark. And this is what we tried to work on in the project of the Academic Freedom Index. We wanted to have better data on the de facto situation, not just on the legal promises, but on what was actually happening around the world. This is not an easy undertaking because academic freedom is a multidimensional, highly complex phenomenon. If we think about infringements, we can think about so many different ways that they materialize in reality. They could be at the level of the individual, but they could be at the level of the institutions or even at country level. They include, as the tip of the iceberg, higher education laws that may limit the autonomy of universities. And in the darkest corner, they involve very hard forms of repressions against individuals, ranging from loss of position, forced exile, imprisonment, and even murder. So, recognizing that this is a very complex phenomenon, we were still foolish enough to say we do want a global measure of de facto academic freedom. And we worked with other partners to develop exactly that. Many people and organizations have been really instrumental along the way. I want to single out the Scholars at Risk network that where individuals themselves have contributed their knowledge, but that have also given me access to many scholars at risk that shared their experiences. And the Volkswagen Foundation that has been funding this work in the last few years, and our partners at the Wiedem Institute, which is located at the University of Gothenburg in Sweden. And we were able to use the Wiedem's tested methodology for assessing what social scientists and other scientists too would call latent phenomena, so phenomena that are not directly measurable. And in addition to being multidimensional, academic freedom is also latent. So we work with expert assessments. So far, 2,357 country experts have contributed from all around the world to this data collection exercise, and a statistical model that is currently, I think, considered the gold standard of aggregating expert assessments to a reliable score. Now I come to the term world. On an annual basis, we provide updated data that answers the question that I already shared with you. What is the state of academic freedom around the world? So with our index, we do not assess academic outputs or how large and sophisticated the labs are, how many people get PhDs or important awards, or how many Nobel Prize winners come from which country. We assess the degree of freedom in the academic sector. And so our index looks rather different than the usual academic rankings that you may be familiar with. I often get questions from journalists, how can it be possible that this small country that we've never really heard of is higher than Germany or higher than the US or higher than the UK? So it changes the way we look at the world. And it puts a premium on a degree of freedom in academia. But of course, Since we do this every year, we can also talk about trends. And now we come to decline. A prominent decline case that we have probably all discussed in conversations in recent months, and particularly, of course, since the return of Trump to the White House, is decline of academic freedom in the United States. As a matter of fact, the decline started before Trump returned to the White House, notably due to actions at state level by politicians associated with the MAGA movement. The two graphics that you see here on the left-hand side show the United States, that's the red line, going down, and it compares it to the average peer country. So here we look at all the countries in Western Europe, North America, and for reasons that sort of are traditional in the VDEM data set, also Australia. And we can show very clearly that the United States, when it comes to academic freedom, has really dropped far below its regional peer group. On the right-hand side, we do something slightly different. We compare the decline of academic freedom in the United States with decline patterns in other famous autocratizing countries. Sort of a little bit fuzzed out because we wanted to highlight the USA, but the blue line is India. The yellow line that goes very much to the bottom is Turkey, and the more orangey line is Hungary. Of course, these declines didn't all start in the same year, so we mapped it on the graphic in such a way that it starts with the first year of a decline episode. And again, we see that the decline in the United States, also in comparative terms here, is quite dramatic. It's steep and it's rapid. Now, I think everybody is used to hearing negative news about academic freedom, so I want to share some positive news. I want to also talk about improvement. We have to recognize, celebrate, and learn from improvements. There may be few, but there are improvements. And I think this is also something that the index helps us to identify. I want to highlight what, for me personally, is the biggest reason for hope that I draw from the last iteration of the Academic Freedom Index data, which was published just last month. And this is the improvement of academic freedom in Bangladesh, one of the most populous countries in the world. This improvement is the result of a democratization process in which scholars and students have played a significant role. The blue line here, sort of in the middle, shows you the state of academic freedom in Bangladesh according to our data in 2015, so 10 years ago. And the red line is in 2025. I should maybe explain that we publish these updates on an annual basis. We collect the data always in January for the previous year. So our update this year, which was published in March, actually gives you data on the situation last year, right? And we see the 5 dimensions here, which Professor Schlögl has kindly already introduced. So they are campus integrity, the freedom of academic and cultural expression, freedom of academic exchange and dissemination, freedom to research and teach, and the one where you see very little improvement is institutional autonomy. So I do want to speak a little bit about institutional autonomy. University autonomy has long been recognized as the institutional safeguard for academic freedom, as a precondition for the freedom of individual scholars. Autonomous institutions, as collective actors, are better equipped, so the theory, to withstand pressure by non-academic actors, and to safeguard academic quality. It involves, I should add, because sometimes there's confusion on this point, self-governance by academics themselves. Lately, we have heard the argument, mostly by anti-pluralist politicians and anti-science conspiracists, that universities have become corrupt institutions where ideology reigns, and so autonomy is a problem. It should be restricted to improve academic research and to ensure viewpoint diversity on campus. Now, I'm not so naive to think that everyone who makes these arguments is indeed interested in improving academic quality and protecting diversity. But as a scholar, I ask myself, what is the evidence? What is the evidence? So we took a look at this argument in our latest update that you can find if you scan this QR code or if you go directly to our website, which is academic-freedom-index-net. And among some other points that we make there, we use our data to show how institutional autonomy and an individual dimension of academic freedom, namely the freedom to research and teach, are associated. And the data clearly shows that the more institutional autonomy you have, the more likely are you to also have freedom to research and teach at the individual level. So it's not true. There's no evidence when actors claim that autonomy should be reduced in order to increase the freedom of individuals. This is a flawed argument, and we have data to make that clear. Now, also here, I want to come back to the Philipp Schwartz initiative and to the notion of solidarity. We have already heard the Philipp Schwartz initiative is not only about individual scholars. Its ambition is much larger than that. It's really about the autonomy of research and our community as scholars. And I want to come back to the notion that I started with, which is solidarity. True solidarity is not a one-way street, but a mutual relationship where both sides benefit. So I want to say thank you to all PSI scholars that you have chosen Germany as a country where you want to contribute your expertise. I know that the academic system in Germany can also be challenging, so thank you for surviving it and shaping it together with us. In addition to your disciplinary expertise, you are all experts on how to handle pressure against free academia, how not to bow down too early, how to stay safe, how to pursue knowledge and pass it on despite difficult circumstances. At a time when academic freedom comes under pressure, even in countries that we thought of as safe havens 10 years ago, we need your expertise more than ever, and your solidarity. I still think, and our data proves that we have a very large degree of freedom in Germany, but no country is immune, and we see quite serious declines in liberal democracies. So we have to guard ourselves for all sorts of scenarios that we may be confronted with in the next 10 years. So thank you for being here in Germany, and I wish the Philipp Schwartz initiative all the support it needs for continuing its important work, probably in the 10 years that are to come, and maybe even longer. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Kinzelbach, for your inspiring contribution, the clear-sighted analysis, and last but not least, the call to action. And I will take that literally because now it's your time. We do have time for 3 questions. And there are, as I mentioned earlier, 2 colleagues with microphones in the room who will come around. Again, if you would not like to have your voice recorded, our staff members can ask them on your behalf, so please just let us know. And because we do have time for 3 questions, but only for short and precise questions. So please, no comments, only questions. There is a lot of time for discussion in the coffee break, so in case your question should not make it, fear not, there's a lot of room and opportunity. So, are there any icebreakers? Yes, over there, please. Make room for you.
Hi, hello, and thank you. Also, thank you for choosing me for Philipp Schwartz. So I want to have one question because I saw there is a lot of support from the Ukrainian, Turkey, Iran, and everyone. I just want to see if there is going to be more also support for the Sudanese scholar, because the war really destroyed the education core, the universities. So in the future, we will see any support for the Sudanese scholar who's also been rejected the visa everywhere. So I wish I can see more for them, more support for them.
Oh, my microphone's off, sorry. Very, very good question, or better, it's a very good comment in terms of a question, and if I may, I will take it in terms of a comment, and I will take it with me. Is that all right with you? Yeah? Thank you very much. Anyone else? Yes, in the second row.
Okay, I hope my question is not too complex, but could you tell us some words about how you collect your data?
I'm happy to do that. I was a bit hesitant to become too technical, also because I have actually had the privilege of speaking about the index in certain other events of the PSI before, and so I was a bit worried about, and I see some faces that recognize me, maybe being too boring. So I didn't want to go over the methodology again, but thank you, very important question, and something we scholars should always ask. So I brushed over this very briefly. I said we do expert assessments. So it's basically, you could say, an international survey where people get a very detailed code book and code the five dimensions that I presented according to a predefined scale. They also code hypothetical vignettes before, which gives us important information about their personal coding behavior. This is something we learned from psychology, right? Not every person has the same approach to 5-point scales. Even when we look at the same substance, we might arrive at different conclusions simply because of our subjective tendencies to go into the middle or maybe more to the upper end and so on. And that information is included in the statistical modeling. What is very important is that the experts are not asked to reflect on their own personal experience, so it's not a survey about individual experience, but these are people who have studied civic and academic space, have a published record, and are selected by an academic committee on the basis of their subject expertise. I'm not on this committee, and I'm often asked, whether I have a say in appointing experts. No, this is actually a committee that does that at the University of Gothenburg, and so that is all sort of down to a clear procedure and not individual preferences. We highlight that it's important to have diverse panels. And since it's a latent concept, the notion behind this whole exercise is that different perceptions of how the state of academic freedom is in a country is useful, because people have access to different kinds of information that can complement each other. And then the model calculates what is called a most likely value, but also very importantly, the degree of uncertainty attached to the most likely value. And the uncertainty is often quite large when you see changes in countries. Experts then often don't immediately agree on where things go. They can also be affected by the scholars themselves actually reporting uncertainty. They say, now these are really very difficult events to figure out, so I'm myself not entirely sure, right? Yeah, so we cannot claim that we really nailed the pudding to the wall. There is great uncertainty attached to the data, but all of that information is made publicly available at coder level. You can look at all the sort of assessments. You cannot find any individual name because this is required both for the security of the individuals, but also to prevent that they influence each other.
So one last question. Yes, please, the gentleman in the second row. Danke, Frau Hallmann.
Thank you so much, Professor Kinselbach, for this tremendous work. I have a question about, you show us that you are comparing the decline. Do you also compare and contrast the methods of decline in these countries? Because that would prepare us for what is coming. What should we brace ourselves for?
Did you say the methods of decline?
Yeah, exactly. For example, you compare the decline of academic freedom in the United States with Turkey, Hungary, and so do you also look at how the academic freedom declines in these countries?
Yeah, so this actually allows me to sort of build a little bit more on what you just said. You know, this is a data collection effort that relies on the qualitative expertise of individuals. They are assessing a situation based on all the information they can gather and their best understanding of a country, and then they attach a number to it. And so they have all this wisdom in their heads and they reduce it to something quite simple, right? Now, this is great for making comparisons across countries and allows us to have a research project at global scale. But it's severely limited in terms of the details of what is going on in the countries, right? It gives you just a few numbers at country year level. It doesn't tell you, for example, anything about variation in the country, right? Which is a huge issue, and it can also not provide information on how exactly things happen. We need more qualitative research to do that. But I would also highlight maybe as a final point one thing. We are agnostic in this project as to where the pressure comes from. Often it is misunderstood, the index, as saying, oh, we only pay attention to government interference. This is not true. The coders are instructed to look at any non-academic actors that tries to impose non-academic goals on the universities. These can be religious institutions. These can be companies. These can also be civilian groups that mobilize against science. We are agnostic to that and say, whatever it is in the different country context, that country experts identify as pressure on university is relevant for our understanding of academic freedom. But of course, the pressures are also not the same. The tactics are not the same. So the reason it cannot be the same for all of these countries, and we don't claim that.
Thank you very much, Professor Kinselbach, and thank you for the 3 questions and all the other questions you probably have in your head now and will, due to my very strict timekeeping, unfortunately not have the chance to pose right now, but save them for the coffee break, which I'm announcing in a very little while. But before that, it is my immense pleasure to invite you to something I always very much enjoy, and this is the poster session, which will now follow suitably, where our fellows present their work. This year we have the pleasure of seeing 40 of our fellows' work. 40 fellows have agreed to share their research projects with us. You will find the posters on the first floor, and to avoid long queues, do note that refreshments will be served both upstairs and downstairs, so find your way wherever the queue is shortest. I hope you will enjoy the break. Please take the opportunity to discuss the questions you still have in your head with our speakers or amongst each other. And thank you very much again for the 4 speakers who kicked us off so wonderfully into this 2 days ahead of us. Thank you very much. We will resume here in this session at 4:30. So please be here at 4:30. Thank you very much. Dankeschön. Danke. Ja, ich habe noch so viele Fragen gesehen, aber
ja. Ich habe irgendwie gedacht, gehe ich jetzt in diese ganzen technischen Details, sind natürlich wichtig. Oder?
Es wirkt so, als wenn die Mikrofone da vorne, was so, in diesem grünen Ding da, einfach zurückgehen. Ich meine, die werden ja wahrscheinlich später noch. Der mit der Schiebermütze sieht so aus, als würde er Technik machen.
all that good stuff.
I have a follow-up.
Die können die vielleicht einfach mal vorne hin. Ne, da glaube ich der Herr, der weiß wirklich.
Aufgedrückt, das ganze Ding auf der einen Seite hoch, auf der anderen runter. Ich danke.
Den würde ich gleich wieder an mich nehmen. Aber
Ach so, sauber. Da hast du doch jedem ein Mikrofon.
Habe ich mir jetzt mal gedacht,
Ja,
also bevor die anfangen rumzureißen und da sind, ist immer schon, man muss natürlich aufpassen, die Leute fangen gar nicht an, damit da drum zu spielen, wenn sie nichts zu tun haben. Aufzuschrauben.
guck mal, was du denn gefunden hast.
So mal, so, was ist hier los? Ist das funktioniert wieder? Die habe ich schon geschaut. Die war ich davor.
Ja, ja, sie, achso, stimmt, müssen drei sein. Genau, das ist Pläne plus. Genau, und ich weiß nicht, ob es ein Anmod gibt, weil das die Anmod Nee, super, weil sonst hätte ich noch. Ja, okay. Genau, eine Handkeule kann dann für die erste Session weg.
Ja, es gibt jetzt immer ein Glas Wasser sozusagen und dahinter kommt noch eine Flasche zum Nachfüllen. Das passt, oder?
to check. Oh, it's on already. Okay. I thought we need to press something to... No, I think they will manage it. Ich kann sie muten. Jetzt sind sie momentan noch an. Kann ich das hier in den Sack?
Ja.
Das kleine Täschchen oben.
Sie steuern das zentral, ne? Ja. Ich mache hier nichts dran, sondern...
Nö, sobald Sie hier auf der Bühne sind, schalte ich Sie jetzt ein. Jetzt hören Sie sich ja gerade.
Genau.
Mal kurz ausschnaufen.
Gut, vielen Dank. Okay.
Brille erstmal ausziehen wahrscheinlich? Oder? Ja.
Am besten mehr eigentlich die Haare vielleicht hinten aus dem Nacken heben.
Aus dem Nacken?
Ja. Also Brille kann ruhig aufbleiben.
Okay.
Brille kann man ruhig aufsetzen. Das ist ganz gut. Ich lege das nämlich dann auf. Und nur, dass der Nacken weg ist. Sehr schön. Genau. Hier durch. Raffiniert. Irgendwie machen wir das schon. So, dann lege ich das hier drauf. So, zwickt irgendwas?
Nö.
Alles gut?
Ja.
Ich lege das Mikrofon gemütlich öffnen.
Ja, hallo, hallo? Funktioniert. Ja.
Mal kurz ausschnaufen mit der Nase.
Okay, gut. Gut.
Das ist optimal. Sie haben ja eh ein Mikrofon. Ja, ich glaube, wenn der erste Herr das in die Hand nimmt, dann können Sie es auch.
Ja, ist leichter. Oder was ich noch ausprobieren?
No, but it's not a big deal. So
Okay.
it's good that you made it. Yes, I
Ladies and gentlemen, if you take your places, we're just about to continue. With the last panel for today. All right, I think we'll just start while people are still filing in. So we're just about to shift gears from the very fundamental ideas that were discussed in the opening session. We'll move to a more pragmatic, but just as important level. And we'll talk about the cooperation between fellows and academic mentors. A good academic fit and a productive, fruitful, mutual cooperation is essential for any visiting researcher, but I think it's especially true in the case of Philipp Schwartz and MSCA4Ukraine fellows. Because the circumstances of their being at a German or European research institution as a guest researcher are, of course, much more complex and much more demanding. Sometimes it's the first time they have been exposed to the German very complex, very competitive research system. Sometimes they have gotten to know it over the years. But the challenges are huge because this is not about a 1 or 2 year visit. This is about rebuilding an academic life and rebuilding long-term perspectives. So those are central issues that can only be solved together with an academic mentor who really cares and really takes care, and the host institution. So what we are trying to do is kindly, 2 Philipp Schwartz fellows and 1 Philipp Schwartz mentor have agreed to share their very personal and their own experiences in preparing for a cooperation under Philipp Schwartz and how they started, what challenges they encountered and how they resolved them, and also how they were supported by other parties. We'll follow a broadly chronological order, so from before the fellowship begins to the beginning, to the start, and then we'll continue on. As you can see, we're 4 people on the stage, but 5 people on the slide. Mareike Mais, the academic mentor of Olena here at the Ruhr-Universität Bochum, unfortunately had to withdraw at very short notice, so we wish her very well, but Professor Höfler will cover the mentoring aspect, I think, perfectly. So let me introduce the panel to you before we get started. Mohamed Gevrel. He's a Philipp Schwartz Fellow at the Department of Politics and Public Administration at the University of Constance. He holds a PhD in econometrics and social statistics from the University of Khartoum in Sudan, and his research lies at the intersection of economic development, political economy, and peace studies, with a primary focus on debt sustainability, the economic and human cost of armed conflict, and pathways to sustainable peace. His work is primarily centered on Sudan, Sub-Saharan Africa, and the wider MENA region, and he also engages with comparative perspectives on fragile states and resource-dependent economies. Professor Höfler was awarded an Alexander von Humboldt professorship at the Department of Politics and Public Administration at the University of Constance in 2019, which is the most, if I may say so myself, most prestigious international research award awarded in Germany. And she pursues a transdisciplinary approach to investigating the social causes and consequences of excess morbidity and mortality, with a focus on violence-induced disease, disability, and premature death. She holds a doctorate of philosophy and economics from the University of Oxford, a Master's of Science in Economics from Birkbeck College, University of London, and a Diplom in Volkswirtschaftslehre from the University of Würzburg. She is also a member of Leopoldina, the National Academy of Sciences in Germany. And we have Olena Zinenko. She's a Philipp Schwartz Fellow at the Institute for International Law of Peace and Armed Conflict at Ruhr-Universität Bochum. She holds a PhD in social communication and media studies from Jagiellonian University in Krakow, Poland, and is a lecturer at the Faculty of Media and Communication at VN Karasin National University in Kharkiv. She was a journalist for newspapers, radio and television, and online media, and this very practical experience informs her research. And today she's an influencer and social media activist and was a visiting researcher at the European University Viadrina in Frankfurt Oder in Brandenburg in 2022 and 23. And since then, she's focused on analyzing discourse about the war in Ukrainian online and social media. So a very warm welcome to our panel. Okay, to get us started, again, we are following a broadly chronological order, so let's go back before the fellowship or even the nomination process began. A simple question, how did you find each other? So maybe, Mohammed, if I can start with you.
Thank you very much, Frank, and thank you, Alexander von Humboldt, for the opportunity, exceptional opportunity that not only saved our lives, but also allowed us to continue our work. And it is a very beautiful coincidence that today is anniversary of the Alexander von Humboldt. Regarding to your questions, I have already known Professor Anke Hofler, and what is the coincidence that it is now 10 years since I first time met her in the Senegal, in Africa, Dakar, when we were participated in the African Economic Research Consortium. And I met her again and again in South Africa and Kenya. So it was very easy for me to email her after the war erupted in my country, Sudan, in April 2023.
Excellent, thank you. Olena, how was it for you? How did you identify Marijke Mais as a future collaborator?
Yeah, thank you. I'm proud to be here. I'm proud to have this opportunity to meet Ukrainians here and to be inspired by welcome speeches that I've heard today on the very start of Philipp Schwartz Forum. And yeah, in 2022, it was my third time I have been to Germany. First time I've been in 2017, then in 2019, and Viadrina, I would say, became like a second alma mater for me. So yeah, and I'm very grateful for Viadrina and Professor Beihelt. He recommended me to be connected with Ruhr region. Ruhr region, for me, it was like a very interesting case. And it is something that I wanted to come there and to see how it works, how narrative works, how all these frames and mining mythology, I would say, works. It is really magic for me. So yeah, and when I had a preparation stipendium, I have some condition to find relevant communication with University of Ruhr region. It was before the big stipendium, and it helped me to focus more, to be more focused, because in 2022 it was I have been to Germany because of due to the full scale due to the Russo-Ukrainian war, and I planned to develop my academic career. I planned to go to Germany and to other countries to develop my academic career, but exactly in that time, I was moved not by my decision from Ukraine. Right. I moved with my two daughters, and I am very grateful for support that I gained in Germany for me and for my daughters as well. And now my family a little bit, quite divided. So somebody in Ukraine, somebody here, yeah. And so I chose Bochum, I applied, And I choose Marijke Mais because she had expertise very close to my expertise. It is in media studies and anthropology, and it is something that very close to my interest. And at that time, now my interest is how peace narratives, how peace is discussing during to the war in social media. So yeah, it is how I came, and I'm actually grateful and happy that I can make dialogue and make my research there.
Thank you. So different situations. So there had been some preceding contact in your case, but you basically found a suitable academic match and then contacted her. So if I could ask you, Professor Höfler, because you had been aware of each other, but before you even started on embarking the nomination and the cooperation, what were your expectations? Maybe what were your concerns? And maybe also, what did you not expect? What did you not foresee?
So quite a few thoughts are coming to my head here, but I'll just try and answer a few things, and then you can sort of obviously ask me more questions. And I hope we have questions also from the audience at some point. Yeah. Okay, so what did I expect? So I feel incredibly privileged to live in a country that is prosperous and peaceful. And so when this email came from the hinterland in Sudan, where Mohammed had sort of sought refuge, I wanted to help. And then I reached out to various colleagues in the US and then here to the Humboldt Foundation. And my expectation was actually very limited. I always start small and sort of just hope that, from small acorns, big trees grow. And I was just hoping for Mohammed to come and that we would sort of integrate him into my research group and then hopefully either do some joint work or that he would sort of find some research partners here. So I had no specific ideas of what I wanted to do. It wasn't a research project or a lab place or something I wanted to fill.
Right. Thank you. So the first was a connection, and then it grew from there. Mohammed, how did you perceive that situation?
Yeah, I wanted to comment on this specific point, a matter of expectation. And this is what I want to share with colleagues here in the room. As my mentor, Professor Anka Höfler, just said, the expectation was very reliable or a limit, and this is a key for someone to come from a conflicted area with a lot of pain and maybe some level of trauma, and it is a completely new environment. So I have never been here in Europe at all. A lot of challenges, weather and more. Professor Anka is very clear from day one that there is no worries about your achievements. The most important thing that now you are safe here, and this is what it means, what is the matter for us. So I wanted just to say that clearly, Professor Anka is not only a academic mentor. She is, before that, she is tried to ensure that to give me a genuine support as a human. So this is what I am feeling every single day, that she's always care about me as a human and also ask me about my family. So this motivated me. And maybe later I can share what we have achieved in our first year of our collaboration.
Thank you, Mohammed. Olena, please.
I want to add a little bit about, we talked before this meeting, and I want to quote something that Marijke said when we have this question about expectations. And for me, it was interesting to know that she said, yeah, we had risks because we didn't know each other before. And I saw in LinkedIn that somebody is watching me, checking my accounts. It is normal, so that is why I'm doing this public visibility. Yeah, and for me it was like, she said, we risked, and we see that we are satisfied with this choice. Yeah, and I'm happy with this, but I'm feeling responsibility.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
and not only responsibility, I'm motivated actually. It is very big, not respect, trust.
Yes.
About, yeah, and I'm grateful for this trust and this responsibility because it organized myself. Yeah.
Excellent, thank you. So you've all raised already some points that we can go into more deeply. We're still in the pre-cooperation phase, so just are there any specific things that each of you for themselves did to prepare for the cooperation? I mean, beyond, of course, cooperating on, submitting the nomination, etc. Were there specific steps that you took to prepare? Maybe, Professor, if you start and then...
Yeah, so obviously after Mohammed reached out in this really dire situation he found himself in, I then we prepared the application, and it wasn't successful. So the first attempt was not successful, but I was able to talk to the PSI team, and they told me that it had been a very narrow, unfortunately many people are in that type of situation, and Mohammed was on the waiting list and we could try again. And then I listened very carefully and said, if you're thinking of mentoring somebody or if you're from an international office, so what seemed to be key, what I hadn't given enough thought to, is what happens after the 2 years. And how do you set out the 2 years that you are then setting this postdoc up for the best possible success. So I thought, okay, these are the international conferences that I like to go to, that I think Mohammed should go to. So he actually applied in the end. So second time running, we obviously got it. And he's been to all of these conferences. This was a really big ask, and he did get into all of these conferences. And then the other thing was that I said, okay, Constance is a fantastic department, but it's Constance. So how can we network? And so we've had opportunities with a collaborator in Berlin and in Bonn.
Thank you. And I think you're raising maybe the essential point of academic mentoring. It's about the cooperation, but it's really of preparing for what's next, because this has to be one of the central questions from day one, really, of the fellowship. So Mohammed, maybe coming right back to you, how was it on your side, your thinking just at the beginning of the fellowship?
I clearly remember my first week in Germany, and she kindly visited me where we stay and invited me to her house with a beautiful family. I feel very welcome here in Germany. And when I came to the university, we worked together on the plan for the entire period of the 2 years. And our plans have been divided into 4 periods. Every 6 months, we have a certain objectives to be done. It is a plan that is not only realistic, but also easy to achieve, especially with not too much effort. So I find this is very useful for me to put me on the target and the objectives to do by the end of the period. And yeah, the things also I wanted to say here, Professor Anke Hofler invested so many times and efforts to build a connection, a network for me, but also to other researchers in the group. We are a group of researchers working with Professor Ankofler, more than 10, and almost every single person of them has similar story of success, if I would say. This is because of her special methods when it comes to support and a supervisor, and the one who combine academic guidance but before that, human support.
If I can just pick up on that, and I'll come right back to you. When we met a few months ago in Mainz, we had a conversation, Mohammed and I, and I remember that we talked about, the mentoring situation, etc. And one thing he said, and I hope it's okay to mention, just, it was all about there is a professional, expectation on all sides, on both sides, and there is also a human side. Because you said, well, and she also said, Mohammed, you also have to live, you have to do sports and things like that. It's not just only the academic thing. So that is something maybe that also is different in this academic cooperation than classic international guest researcher visits. This is really taking care about also the human side as well as the professional side. So thank you for raising that as well. Olena,
I want to share what I take with me to this research. First, for me, to be an academician is mean to have a voice. And being in stress, I have a lot of stories in my mind. I have a lot of communication and stories from other people, other women who are, as me, be in move. And I put the stories to the book. I have this book with 30 stories of women who in road, voices along the way. This book translated, and if I may, I want to gift it to Humboldt Foundation. And for me, this book was, I'm just closed this amount of information to these stories. And then I took from it my focus and go to the research. It is very important to focus, and it is quite difficult to focus in a situation of stress. And it is something that I not recommend, but I want to share, to find something that you can put in one pocket and then go with your focus. It is very important.
Thank you.
Thanks and this support gives me this space to be focused.
Now you just mentioned stress, and maybe we can stay on this topic of the challenges and try to give an honest impression of the challenges that arise. It's, of course, a hugely challenging situation. And maybe if I could just stay with you for a second. Because you've been in Germany now for pretty much 4 years in different institutions. When you came to Germany and were faced with the academic system here, what were challenges you had not expected? What was something that you found difficult but did not foresee?
I like to think about it because German academia gives freedom. And it is a gift. Yeah, this is a gift, and you feel inspired, you have wings. But this is very big challenge because you have everything. You need to be focused. You have this responsibility to care about this freedom, to not lost in this freedom. And it is a very good task, and it is very good force to go ahead with research. And and I like to think about this, about freedom as something that challenges you and something that inspires you both. Yeah,
I think that's a very interesting point. Maybe you can stick with that for a second. Freedom not just as some ideal and something that is per se a good thing, but something that it can be a challenge and needs to be structured and addressed. Mohammed, would you mind commenting on this aspect, so freedom or other things that surprised you in terms of challenges?
Then, in terms of the challenges, it is, for me, is relatively huge challenges as someone coming from a completely different environments and culture, Africa. But I would say top of which, of course, the weather. I came from Sudan, where normally the heat is something 40 degrees, and coming here to a very cold state. That is the biggest challenges, and of course the languages. In the university, where every person speaks English, then it is normal, no problem with this. And especially University of Constance is like a very beautiful environment and very welcoming environment. And I wanted to take this opportunity to thank every single person in the University of Constance, including the Welcome Center at the University of Constance, but also our colleagues at the Sukumus Colleague Center. No problem in terms of the language at the university, but when I go home, the people speaks English, but do prefer to speak Deutsch. And this is one of the biggest challenges to me. But thanks to Professor Anka and open discussion with her in every single matter, we have decided, I have decided, but she supported me to join the Deutsch course. And now I'm about B1 level, and I could be able to tackle a simple conversation in Deutsch. Zum Beispiel, heute bin ich elegant.
Yes. So just one comment on that, if I may, because it might resonate with many in the room that you would expect that in a university environment, English will be fine in a lab, etc. And that's certainly true, I would say, across Germany. But in the non-metropolitan areas, German is needed if you go to the Ausländeramt, if you interact with people. It is something that sometimes catches researchers by surprise, that this is really essential for integration that goes beyond the lab or the working group at the university. Sorry, Professor Höfler, you were going to come in.
Yeah, I mean, so many challenges, and some things you can help with and some things you can't. You know, with the weather, not much I can do about that. So one of the challenges was that I think PSI fellows come from autocratic, difficult countries. And so they're used to much more hierarchy than at German universities. They are used to maybe waiting for instructions. So I remember the first time we jointly worked on a document, and just Google Docs, and you said, you came with 2 pages to me, and I said, no, put it directly in there. And you said, oh, this is democracy. And this was the first, so I said, yeah, of course, we wanted you to sort of directly contribute to this, otherwise we wouldn't have invited you, to this document. So this was a challenge. I think there are many, many different challenges, so it's important as a mentor to maybe focus on the academic side, and that the Welcome Center then, and we've also had great help from the Humboldt Foundation with visa and all of these sort of things, because I'm not an expert on this. And I think it helps that Mohammed is very resilient. He has a strong faith, so he sort of went to his faith community, to the local mosque, and made contacts there, and I think that's really important. You love football, so you've sort of joined university football, a kick around. It's not, I think it's not very competitive, but it's fun to also switch off, because I think there is so much responsibility on your shoulders that this works out for you, for your families. so many other. We are thinking of one fellow that we are supporting, but we are of course supporting a large group of people here, yeah, with just these 2 fellows. And so I think it's incredibly important that you also look after yourselves, but because you don't dare spend money on yourself, you don't dare spend time on yourself. But I think it's really important, because if you don't function, for want of a better word, then you're not going to be help and support for your families. And so these are challenges, but as long as these challenges are sort of shared out amongst different experts, I think they can be overcome.
Thank you, and it's interesting that you raised some topics. Of course, I think we are generally all aware of the challenges around like building a career and planning like a career strategy, or the challenges around proposal writing. But there is another level that you addressed. There is this level of research culture and collaborative culture, which is not easily taught. It has to be, practiced. And it's interesting that you found a model to really redefine how you cooperate. But if I could just stay with you for a second, probably there are also other difficult topics that need to be raised that might have not been on the fellows' radar, but you know the system, of course, and you know the challenges. How did you go about, addressing them in a sensitive way?
So I think one thing that's very different in other countries is that you work very hard for your boss, and then there'll be a career out of this, hopefully. Whereas in Germany, it's exactly the opposite. You don't get a career at the university where you did your doctorate or your postdoc. You have to be mobile. You've got to network and go to a lot of conferences. And I think that's really important to encourage. That brings one of the next challenges, that many of our fellows are not used to traveling because they weren't allowed to travel. Yeah, or they don't have a public transport system. So I've abandoned Mohammed once in Berlin, and he walked a long way back to the hotel because he just sort of, conquering these sort of machines, they only work in German, what's a 24-hour ticket, do you have a such and such pass, and so on. And every city is different. So it is actually, and sort of having a train network and changing trains and making connections and so on. It's not easy when you've never done it before. I just sort of try and imagine if I were to be put into Sudan at Khartoum University, I wouldn't function either. I would need somebody who explains exactly. Maybe one challenge that I thought of, but wasn't a challenge at all, when Mohammed joined, it so happened that I only had women working with me. And so there was my cliche of a Muslim man coming from Sudan, and he had no problems with this whatsoever. He actually had a female boss previously, he told me, and so this was one. So sometimes you can overthink things, and these challenges don't materialize. So you have to go with the flow, really. And even though I anticipated a few things, like with the transport challenge, things did go wrong. Yeah, sorry.
Thanks. So yeah,
I want to add about what Deutsche Bahn trained me.
So we can't be blamed for that.
I have one trick. I know that I can get somewhere because it would be a late train, and I get it. When I come to the railway station, to Bahnhof, I can catch train that is late, Verspätung train, and I'm okay.
Okay, so you found a way of mastering one of the essential challenges of living in Germany. And
another thing I like about Germany is planning. So let's meet in short time, 2 weeks. For Ukraine, no, in short time it's today, in evening. No, maybe tomorrow, but now in evening. Yeah, and I like it because it just calm, just have a breeze, and plan short time in 2 weeks. I like it.
Excellent, excellent point. Thank you. So I also wanted to talk about, of course, now this is essential relationships that we're talking about, working relationships that we are talking about, but there's, of course, other parties to, the Philipp Schwartz Fellowship. So looking at the institutional support that you received, and maybe, Olena, if we stay with you for a second, was there something that you found particularly useful, or when did you learn? How did you learn what your host university, which is of course very active, could offer you personally, individually?
No, at first my working place, for me it was like I can work on my working place. I have a computer, I have a window where can I can look at the window and thinking about things. It is very supportive, I would say, and I know that I can apply to meeting to professor, to somebody from academia, and we can make dialogue. We can discuss something, and it is very very crucial to make research. And free access to libraries and to other academia, to other university. This is very important. It is not academic mobility, but it is like openness.
Yes.
Yes. And it is how I dream that it would be more and more open in my country, and I hope that I can provide knowledge that help my country to be more open and to be more close to idea of academic freedom. And I know that people in my country is doing everything for it as well.
Mohammed, coming back to you in Constance, so there's of course support services, advisory services, etc. How did you avail yourself of them, or how did you learn about them?
Yeah, before going to answering your question about the role of institution, the hosted institution, I want just to comment on what Professor Anka just said about being in the group, all female. She raised this concern to me, and as just this is what is available, and I have response, and I want to share my response to all of the room here, that I was very, very lucky that I get a group that all are women, because I have impression that the community that with more ladies is a community of peace. I don't know whether there is a research that has confirmed whether there is a significant relationship between gender and peace. I'm not sure about this. I'm not aware by any research done on this, but this is my personal impression that when women empower, then we are right to expect more peace in the world. So I was telling her that it is nice for me as someone just fled from a very devastated and very bloody war in my country to come in the group and the community that basically women, which in my personal beliefs, it is a sign of peace. So I was very fine with this, and I was lucky even to say that. And I have already said the role of University of Constance in my progress, but happy to say again, University of Constance is something different. It is the best place where I can learn and I can grow. Every person is very friendly, and they gave you the feeling of being welcoming. Sometimes I think that this kind of treatment could let me decide not to go back home, which is, this is something I wanted to avoid. My first preference is after this period is to go back to Sudan, work in rebuilding our country, because no one can come from outside to rebuild your country. This is our own responsibility, and we are taking a full responsibility of this. But we hope that this crazy war coming to the end as soon as possible in the way that allow us to go back and rebuild our country. Yeah.
Maybe quick comments. Maybe just quick comments in addition, Olena, and then Gafra.
I want to add that now in my country, children is studying in underground school in my home city. Underground school, so under the shelling. And actually that I very appreciate the support that Germany provide to my daughter. And we are still in environment, in academic environment, and she could go to the school. And institute supported with a letter, supported my daughter to be in a good school. And it is the best school in Bochum, I would say. It is gymnasium, and she can take education that she could be. She's a smart girl, and she can gain education that she could have. And it is very important that development of children, it is gender issue, I would say, because women who moved, we moved with our children or somebody we are responsible for, and this support is very important as well. And I have it here.
Thank you. And again, it goes beyond the research environment. It has much wider implications. Gafra.
This is just a small comment, really, into taking it down a notch. Sorry, in terms of what the university provides. So, an international office is absolutely key, because otherwise you can't do it. You can't mentor somebody without the support, the professional support of an international office and a welcome center. Mohammed's also been able to apply to what they call an internal fellowship of our Zukunftskolleg. So it's our Advanced Studies Institute. And so he's also been able to sort of meet some other people, make some other connections. And I think one thing that's also very different to many of the universities that you might come from is we get a lot of external speakers. We have a lot of speaker series, again, because we can travel and we can invite people to sort of really take advantage of all of the things that are going on at university.
International office is a magician's, I would say.
Well. So we absolutely want to have some time for questions from the audience. So maybe 2 quick rounds of questions. Is there something you could pinpoint that you have learned from each other beyond the research context, so on a different level? So that would be the first question. Maybe we just start with you and then go this way.
For sure, the top priority is being in a place that is safe, because we are fleeing the war, and we want to have a feeling that we are in the safe place finally. This is top of which, but the academic work, application and the conferences, this is a routine work. But I wanted to highlight that it is important when there is a kind of cooperation between the monitor and the fellow, when there is an idea about your country, but not clear because of the paradox of the translation. You know, Sudan is, the first language is Arabic. When you study something about Sudan specifically, and you take the topic in English, because of the translation, you miss a lot of facts. And also, maybe your source of information is not like someone who are in the country. So our collaboration and cooperation, hopefully that at the end of the day will give a research that is sound, that is based on reality on the ground, and also help Sudan getting finally political instability, because Sudan is a country that is rarely seen in peace. So we wanted to work hardly and to take the advantages of this big opportunity, doing research that will allow Sudan restore peace, but this time durable peace, because Sudan is very important in the global stage. And I am very sorry that Sudan is rarely be mentioned in the media. So it is very less interest given to the war in Sudan. And I wanted to say Sudan is important, very important country, economically, and also when it comes to the global security. It is a country located on the Red Sea, key for the international trade, but also the country that is very rich in terms of the natural resources, and we have a lot of potential to the global.
Okay. We can share our experience on being in media with Sudan. Ukraine can share our experience and knowledge about how to be in media. It is something that Ukrainians just...
Yeah, that's a very, very good point. So, and then I'll come to you.
So what did I learn? I mean, you've now heard me and you've heard Mohammed, and you can see us, and we're clearly very different people. And diversity in research is just fantastic. It takes time and patience, and we've had very controversial debates, but it's always been very fruitful.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Olena.
I can say that it is a very great experience to be in international environment. And this principle of being inclusive in sense of communication, principle of listening, and how to provide lectures and debates and discussion in this angle, it is very important for me, and it is very important knowledge how to build this academic communication. And it is something that I've learned already here.
Thank you. Excellent. So before we turn, and this is a warning to the audience, we will turn to audience questions in a minute. Just one last question to all of you. If you had like one key piece of advice, either to a fellow or an academic mentor, whichever you want to pick, what would it be, like the one essential thing? And maybe we can start again with Mohammed and come this direction. So if there's
this
one...
This time I wanted to react as the last one. So in order to think on this, because this is a really important like takeaway or something that is concrete. So I will react on this, but last one
you're
this time.
Building up anticipation. That is very well done.
Yeah.
So Olena, would you mind starting?
I would say to be here and now. It is very important to just say to yourself, you are here, not somewhere, but you're here now, and you have an expertise, and you should go forward to be focused. Be focused and go forward.
Thank you. Wafla.
If you think of mentoring, go for it. Don't think of all the challenges and difficulties. Your colleagues will help you, your team will help you. And now that I've got Mohammed in my team, he's already helped Fahima Ibrahim Keel, who's joined after him, to find a place to live in Constance because he's very well connected. So you see the baton just sort of gets passed on. So just go for it. It's really enriching.
Then I wanted to share that we are all human, whether we are African origin, European origin, American, or others. It is really beautiful that every single person shows support in every way possible when it is needed. And this is what I have learned from my cooperation with Professor Anka and also the generosity of the German people and Alexander von Humboldt gave me a sense of responsibility to share and to commit to the human support whenever needed.
Thank you, and I think this was worth the wait. Okay, so as planned, we'll turn to the audience. I hope some of the points we raised addressed some troubles you might have encountered. I hope some of the points we raised maybe were also an inspiration for you to expand your own cooperations with your academic mentors or the fellows you cooperate with. So, are there questions in the audience? Yes, we'll start with Mr. Fromme and then we'll go to the left. I think a microphone is on the way, so third row in the middle.
Thank you. I would like to catch up your initial question about freedom and the fellows' perception or, let's say, experience with freedom in science, because we have also the other side of the medal, and that's competition, especially in the German system. And I want to know, what is your experience or perception with the competition in the system in Germany, maybe compared to what you experienced in your home countries, and what do you think for your personal future then? Because we see I would say, high dropout quote from science into other fields.
Yes, would like to start on that, Elena.
I can start with the situation. No, I actually applied to MSCA4Ukraine as well, but I'm not succeed. It was not bad, but I didn't succeed. And today I saw several posters, and I understood that I understood how I can be better, actually. And it is something that I like here in Germany, because I can talk to people who made better. We can discuss, we can argue something about everything. And it is something I can learn from it, from this competitive situation. Yeah.
So being transparent, proactive, not scared to ask for advice, and maybe also a realistic assessment of the competitive situation in Germany. So that would be your approach. Thank you.
So dropout, there's actually, so is this the right way of thinking about it? Because we always advise, also the idea is here, with the sister program to the PSI, so Hilde Domin is the little sister to PSI. We always sort of try and sort of advise on careers inside and outside academia. And outside academia is always sort of seen as a sort of alternative, but it's actually the norm, statistically speaking, and I think we need to have a mind shift around that. And you need intelligent people everywhere, not just at universities. You know that, but I just wanted to stress that.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question. I wanted just to share that academic freedom is important, for sure. And personally, as someone coming from a country with a long history of conflict, and it is also was isolated for a long period of time from the technology and progress for a while. It was a bit challenging to have sound research, but thanks to the guidance of my mentor, but also there is a cooperation as another way to have good research, and I'm training myself every single day that now I'm in the country where I am fully free to write whatever in my field, but I think it takes a while before I will fully be taken the advantages of having a free writing. But I wanted just to say that the cooperation is one of the things on the table that will train us to be more clear on our research, because the political system and the stuff, especially in my home country, is something quite different, and the person has to be very careful what to write, very careful, because there will be great consequences on what you are writing. But it's good here that we see a very big space for the academic freedom. And this is one of many of the projects that I intended to contribute whenever coming back again to my country.
All right, there was a question, Ms. Latish.
Do you hear me? Yeah. If I may, very shortly, to comment from the perspective from MSCA4Ukraine alumni, we didn't feel, I personally didn't feel any competency between us. I would say even when we first attended this forum, I remember in 2023, this forum helped us to find each other and to unite ourselves to help each other. So we didn't have any kind of things, and I also think that because of the context in which we are working on, because we are scholars at risk, and thank you for this brilliant panel, I would say motto could be to be human, and I think that this is the most important thing when we are talking about the environment, health environment for the researchers. And with regard to the question, my question will be addressed most probably for academic mentor, because I think that what I personally learned from this panel, that to be an academic mentor, it's not enough just to provide, to help with academic excellence, but you also need to help to be kind of, to support mentally the person to understand the situation, which is very hard, especially now in this geopolitical crisis and war situations, and we can see that fellows struggling a lot with some these problems, and I was so much admired when you shared experience that the professor invited you to your family, and from countries which we are from, it's not usual when an academic mentor invite to the family, and at the same time it's very supportive, because then you can feel yourself safer in a safe environment and not in a competitive environment. For that reason I started my question with that. So how do you think that, what kind of advice you can provide for academic mentors? Because for some it could be scary, like, okay, I need to help with academic excellence. For somebody who never experienced this education system, this academia system, I need to kind of to support mentally, and also I need to provide with academic knowledge. So how to overcome these gaps, not to do additional job?
Sorry, could you just maybe repeat the core question? I'm so sorry about this, but you got it. Okay, excellent.
I'll try. Yeah, and there's also coffee break, and we can talk more. Thank you for this. I think for me, mentoring somebody from the PSI program isn't actually all that different to other international staff. Yeah, there's the added problem of the war behind it and the trauma. But again, I'm not a psychologist. I shouldn't be getting involved in that. Yeah. So if I feel that the student or the postdoc needs more support, I would signpost, because it's too much. Yeah. I can't provide that. I can provide. I can listen, and then signpost.
Thank you. Now, that's an essential question, because not all responsibility rests with one person. It is a cooperation of many parties, and at the right to know when to say, I'm not the one to solve this, but I know who could. That is an excellent point. So thank you very much. I'm sorry, this was had to be the last point the last question for today. We are closing this panel, so thank you to our wonderful panelists for sharing your experiences. And I hope there was some aspect that you can take away for yourselves. We will now move from the individual level to a more structural level. It was said before, Philipp Schwartz Initiative, this works on an individual level but has broader implications for research systems, science systems. And this is a question what the academic diaspora can mean in terms of reconstructions, recovery, which the next panel will explore. So, Maike, you're up. Thank you very much.
Okay, so good afternoon. I hope not all of you are going to rush out because I think we have quite a fascinating topic that we're still dwelling on in this last session, and it's, I think, building up really nicely on what we've heard previously. So we've been hearing about the importance of network and how the Humboldt Foundation strives to encourage international networks of researchers to contribute to innovative results. And we also heard now on the last panel about the huge challenges of researchers fleeing from armed conflict, from war, and trying to settle in a safe environment and building up their careers. And so I think we will now just go one step further and look at what is possible when these researchers join forces and build networks of diaspora communities in order to contribute to sustaining the research system in their home countries or building up for a future or in a future of a post-conflict situation. So in the Philipp Schwartz Forum in the last 2 or 3 years, we have already looked at this question for the very particular cases of Ukraine on the one side, and last year also for Syria, so taking a very country-specific approach. And today we want to pursue a different angle of this topic. So thanks to this great group of experts we have been able to welcome here on the panel, we will look more from a general perspective and really a hands-on perspective at what is needed, how is it possible to organize and contribute to high-impact diaspora networks. So I'm very grateful that Ayham Abadat, Samer Al-Kakukli, Katarina Latish, Mursal Dawoodi will share with us their personal insight on how to engage even with limited time and, as we have heard in the last panel, in very challenging personal but also structural circumstances. And Lisa Bezvashenko from the European Diaspora Facility will also help us settle these observations and discussions in a broader context on scientific diaspora networks in general and in a global perspective. So even if this is the last session for today, and I'm well aware that many of you have had a long day and are tired, it's only us between you and dinner. But I'm also very much convinced that you will leave this session with some fresh and helpful insights and hopefully also applicable insights on science diaspora activities for reconstruction and recovery. So I'd like to dive right in and start in maybe with Lisa Bezvashenko. So Lisa is a project officer, a junior project officer at the European Union Global Diaspora Facility of the International Center for Migration Policy Development and based in Brussels. And Lisa specializes in diaspora engagement for peace building, reconstruction, and recovery. So Lisa, do you remember when and how did you get personally interested in this topic of diaspora? So why is this a topic that is interesting to you, that you've delved into the last years?
Thank you so much. First of all, thank you very much to all the organizers. It's a really pleasure and honor to be here, especially I'm not a part of scientific diaspora, but in the EU Global Diaspora Facility, we follow the global trends of diaspora worldwide. And even though I'm not a scientist, but I do identify myself as diaspora. I am Ukrainian and living in Belgium since 5 years. And I also take an active part of developing a Ukrainian community there. So I would say I bring not only the professional and theoretical knowledge, but also some practical examples to our work, and that helps us to stay close to the reality of diaspora and what they experience.
Yeah, thank you very much, Lisa. Next, I would like to introduce Katarina Latisch. So Katarina is a legal scholar specializing in AI and digital forensics in criminal justice. She is an MSCA4Ukraine alumna and currently works as a postdoctoral fellow at Ghent University. And Katarina has been involved in different types of diaspora activities and networks. So Katarina, what is a moment when you maybe realized that you're not just an individual researcher abroad, but that you're part of a larger scientific diaspora? Is there something you remember in particular?
I think that it started actually with my MSCA postdoctoral fellowship because with that we were in the area of uncertainty in the way we didn't know, we just fled from the war and we didn't know how to pursue our academic career, and also we faced all challenges that were discussed before in the previous panel. So we just started to build inside our kind of diaspora inside in Lithuanian academic society, and we started to do it officially through the formal group of Lithuanian academic society. We started to organize courses on a voluntary basis for our colleagues in Ukraine, trying to support them and also kind of that they can feel themselves involved in international academia career. And then next stage for me was more deeper in academic knowledge with different spheres, not only law, from law perspective. For example, in Hromada, which was the part which united not only from Baltic states academia, but also from Norway and other parts. So for me, it was more, starts came from this perspective when you were living in the area of uncertainty and you don't know what to do and you are seek the help from inside, from all the people who are struggling as you are in the same conditions, and you can share it between yours.
Yeah, thank you. So what you're describing is like a gradual development, starting from a situation where you need support and help, and you find mutual support within the researchers who are in a similar situation, and then growing from there to expand the activities. Yeah, that's a very interesting story and development. So next I would like to introduce Mursal Dawoodi. So Mursal is a researcher in computer science, and she's a current Philipp Schwartz Fellow at Technical University of Munich. And in addition to that, Mursal is the founder and current president of FemStack Worldwide, which is an organization dedicated to empowering women in STEM. And so Mursal, I would be interested to hear what was the moment when you said, well, I need to do something for the women and girls in Afghanistan. When did you start your activities?
Thank you. It's my pleasure that I'm here today and speaking about the most important topic, empowering women. When I was moving to Europe, my goal was to continue my career and my academic life. And it was very sad point for me that I was thinking about that. I'm thinking about my career. I'm thinking about having opportunities and about better future. But how about my colleagues? How about other women in Afghanistan that even do not have the opportunity to at least join to schools or universities? All of the paths and all education ways are banned for them. So it was the time that I realized that being part of diaspora is not only being abroad and thinking about yourself, but it's a responsibility to think about others, to help them, and at least to create some opportunities where they are no longer exist. And therefore, we finally founded FemSTEC Worldwide, which is an organization to support women's education, particularly in Afghanistan.
Yes, and so, but was there one point, how did you start your work in that organization? Or did you go get with several people together? How did you start your activities?
First, I thought that it is very challenging and difficult because I thought that I need several resources, I need, for example, funds, and I thought that it's very big issue to start everything. But then I realized that we can start with limited resources, with just a small network, and then we offered some online courses for girls. At the end of those courses, we received many good inspiring messages from the female students in Afghanistan. So it was very encouragement for us to continue our job. So we built a network from the other Afghans in academia via our diasporas worldwide, and also with some of the university lecturers that are still in Afghanistan, and some of the university students. We are all in a team and working in a volunteer basis without having, for example, salary or anything. But with limited resources, we made very great impact.
Yeah, thank you. I think you already touched on a lot of topics that we're going to dive in more deeply in the next rounds of question. But Sonat Bilal introduced also Sama Al-Kalkogli, who is a physician and medical data scientist and currently pursuing a PhD in Cologne. And Sama has already written his master's thesis about rebuilding Syria's health system after the crisis, and has been involved in different humanitarian responses. And currently he serves as a board member for the German-Syrian Research Foundation. So Sama, how did you get engaged in particular in this German-Syrian Research Foundation, this network? And how is the work maybe different from what you've been doing before? I mean, you've been obviously active for quite a while. Is there a difference between what you've been doing previously and now being part of this network?
Yeah, so it's actually that moment when you realize yourself that you are a foreigner in a place that you feel like afraid and not so confident, and then suddenly you find yourself among people like you, sharing the same objectives, doing the same research. That was the moment in, for example, the first Arab Science Symposium in Germany organized by DSFG, where tens, maybe hundreds of Syrian researchers doing high-quality research, talking about Syria, sharing experiences, discussing exactly how to rebuild Syria. That was years before the new change in Syria. So at that moment, you realize, yes, you belong to a community. You belong to something that together you can network and you can achieve a much powerful goal. So at that moment, you realize, doing mentorship alone is just like acting a small bridge between Germany and Syria, but being part of an organization is converting yourself to a building block in a huge and massive tunnel connecting these communities.
Okay, thank you very much. I think there's two very important messages here. First of all, that it's also a little bit of having this security network and also gaining from this networking and also being able to leverage the expertise and the power which make it more, the network more than just the sum of the individual parts. I think that's a very important message here. So last but not least, we'll turn to Ayham Abazet, who holds a PhD in chemistry from the University of Bremen. He is a former Philipp Schwartz Fellow and now works as project leader in APIs transfer technology at Merck Sharp and Dome. And Ayham volunteers as an active member in the Syrian Science Council. So Ayham, could you just tell us what was your starting point to get engaged in diaspora network activities?
Yeah, thank you so much. Actually, it was not, I would say, one moment. I would say it's different moments. First, I realized this shift when I was, when I understood that my work was not only longer about my own career, but it's about how to give back to my home country. And plus, during my time in Germany, I have the opportunity to connect with other Syrian researchers, either in scientific conferences or ASSG conference. It's special for Syrian researchers in Germany. So on that time also, I began to see that we are not only, I would say, individual abroad, but we are community shared same challenges and shared sense of responsibility. So from that point, I start to understand what scientific diaspora really means. To summarize it, it's a powerful network, has potential to make impact. Another moment, I would say, after liberation, I joined Syrian Science Council. I believe later I will talk more about it. Because I want to move forward from individual success to a collective contribution, so we are able to support and help our home country. So at the end, Micah, it was not a single moment. Mm-hmm. It's, I would say, it's a clear realization that being abroad doesn't end your connection, but it creates a new responsibility, new challenges, but also new chances.
Okay, yeah, thank you. I think that's an important topic, feeling responsible also not only for your own careers, but also caring for others in your network and realizing that it's maybe difficult and challenging to continue ties or to re-establish ties across borders and across very different and challenging situations, but that it's possible and it's worthwhile, the effort. Yeah, so actually I would like to go in a little bit more deeper when you were talking about diaspora network activities to look a bit more in detail at what are you actually doing, like on a day-to-day basis? What are these diaspora network activities? So maybe, Ayham, you could just follow up a little bit on what you're...
So maybe I will talk briefly about Syrian Science Council organization. It's a global network of Syrian diaspora and Syrian inside Syria in different, let's say, level of education. Undergraduate, graduate, PhD students, or even professors, experts in different aspects. We support our country first either by writing reports about the problems that our country has. We provide practical solutions and how we can implement it there. Then we also do regular visit to Syria. Once we are able to do that, we conduct some workshops, trainings for the people there. Also, I would say recently, a few months ago, we start supporting Syrian universities when they have lack of professors for specific courses. So we have a large number of expert people who has wide experience in teaching. So if it's possible, we do direct teaching there. If it's not, we provide online lectures. So in general, we connect people and we transfer knowledge to a real impact.
Okay, thank you. So that's already a broad spectrum of activities ranging from reporting to actual teaching, online sessions, making the connections. Maybe you could also add a little bit, what is your specific role? What have you been doing? Have you been establishing contacts? Have you been teaching?
Yeah, for me, actually now I'm working on a project which is updating the chemistry curricula in Syria, because up to my knowledge, I think the last updates we had it 20 or 30 years at least. So I can see I would say the challenges or the difficulties that the current students they have, as I had on that time. So I'm working on this project. I wrote a report together with 2 team members. We publish it on SSC website. We share this report also, for sure. We are not just structurizing the problems. We also provide practical solutions. We provide draft of new updates, curricula, chemistry, and we share it with the Higher Education Ministry. We receive a really good feedback from them. The next step is we will create a joint team between Syrian diaspora and local professors to put concrete steps for that. Yeah, I think this, I would say I'm more active on this part.
Yes,
yeah.
I think that's another dimension also, working on curricula for teaching at the universities, and also this bridge building with actors.
Actually, other things just come to my mind. We also support supervising students in Syria. We just now having a database, and we provide these informations to the Syrian universities. Whenever there's Syrian students need any support from any diaspora, so they have their the names that they can support them.
Okay, so some matchmaking activities also. Yes, Sama, maybe you can add on. Does that resonate with what you are doing, or is it like completely different or different lookout in the Research Foundation?
We share actually most of the activities. So of course we are doing the typical academic diaspora workshops, mentoring, supporting the home universities, etc. However, I want to highlight some few activities. So we have SWAN, an initiative stands for Syrian Women Academic Network, and aiming to showcase the achievements of Syrian women in science and academia. We are supporting also data science self-learning environment for the Syrian students, and that really showcase also huge achievements that we will come on the impact point later. And we do actually a lot of advocacy. Advocacy maybe here in Germany, trying to highlight the problems, saying that academics in Syria since 2011 could not access international papers because of the international sanctions. I mean, it does not make sense. It is not fair. It's limiting essential access to research. That should not be the case. So we take it on our responsibility and say we will say that is wrong. International sanctions should not touch this part, like science and academia. Advocacy is a main role. Yeah. I mean, so many things were blocked because of the unlawful international sanctions. Even actually simple things for researchers, Syrian researchers in Germany. So just because having a Syrian citizenship, maybe like 5 years ago, you could not open a bank account, they will clearly say to you, sorry, you are Syrian, we cannot open a bank account for you. And that's just a phobia from the Syrian world, like having Syria. Even personally, we saw so many challenges, like doing a bank transfer inside Germany, just putting the name of Syria inside the transfer, that will block it. And our society itself also faced a lot of limitations because we are called German Syrian Research Foundation. So advocacy is the main part, and that is, I think, a special need that we had to do here.
Yes, that's very interesting, that you need to have some awareness, some possibility, the scope actually to do the research, the work that you want to do in the connection and in advising and mentoring activities. Yes, maybe let's turn to Katharina. I think some of the activities might resonate with what you've been doing, but you have chosen a different approach, I think, a different type of relating to networks and getting organized and getting in touch with other researchers. So could you elaborate a little bit on that, how that went on a day-to-day basis?
Yeah, so what we are trying to do, it's also to bring our academic research that we produced what we are trying to do also through our diaspora network like Hromada and some others also, we try to build the bridge between our academic research specifically about Ukraine because Ukrainians know better the context, but they don't know how to transfer it, for example, for science-based policy decision makers. So, for example, with Hromada members, we are trying to, during the conferences and during the, when we shared our academic knowledge in blogs, we try to bring this academic knowledge to the agenda of politicians, that then our academic research can be not only for academic purposes, but also to help to stop the war in our country and for recover things like from the knowledge perspective, of course. And we know that it's not enough just to have solid academic knowledge, but also we need to have kind of political pressure. So for that reason, this Hromada network was created as well. And the second thing, we built a partnership with the UK University, Edge Hill University, which helped us all as well to share our academic knowledge with the UK Parliament, and we also had opportunity to speak in the UK Parliament and to bring our academic knowledge, not just something that is very painful for us, but really academic research with regard, for example, in our sphere from legal background. And the third perspective is, of course, when we are talking about academia, we tried to develop the program, double degree program for our students in Ukraine. My home university is situated in Kharkiv, which is very close to Russian border and front line. And of course, our students, our university is very big, and our students don't have access to come to study in person and access to the library. For that reason, also we heard a lot about access to the library, and now also in our panel, which is very important. So what we did with our network outside Ukraine, inside Ukraine, and with the help of international partners, we tried to create this double degree LLM master's program for students, where our teachers, Ukrainian teachers, can teach and exchange knowledge with students and also with the UK professors, and also our students can go for several months to study in the UK. So with that, I mean that with our diaspora network, in diaspora, we tried to work in several ways, not only like help our researchers who are inside Ukraine, who are outside Ukraine in a way how it was already discussed. I will not repeat, as well as with joint projects, academic articles, and so on, but also with master's program forums, and as well to reach out to build kind of science policy that our academic research, which we are provided also in our MSCA4Ukraine projects, to bring it and to make it more visible and to have some actionable, some tangible. Of course, we are hoping on that, but then we will see at least step by step.
Yeah, I think that's another dimension also, the science policy aspect, linking research outcomes and findings and recommendation to politics. And also, I guess, a double degree program is already a highly structured form of cooperation and involvement of a diaspora, which, of course, in the case of Ukraine is huge and well organized already. So we can see that takes maybe the cooperation also on a different level also. But yeah, you mentioned also access to libraries, to research findings, and I think, Mossal, maybe that's something you could also relate to in the case of Afghanistan. That's, of course, a very different situation. So Afghanistan may be, I guess, the only country where access to education and research is nearly completely prohibited for women. And also there's a case of a research system which has been completely restructured. Some say that its universities are no longer functioning. So it's a very difficult situation to do scientific diaspora work. So maybe you could tell us a little bit about what is possible, what you are still doing.
Thank you. Yes, at first when we are brainstorming, the problem was that our stakeholders are in different ages and also different academic levels. So it was a problem for us to have certain objectives and to find a pathway that helps everyone. Therefore, as our background is computer science, our field of study is computer science, we found that technology is the best solution for this. So we offered, and currently FEMSEC Worldwide offers courses and certifications in tech-related fields and AI-related fields. Also, we provide some internship programs, we provide mentorships, and especially we help with the academic women, especially researchers and assistant professors, lecturers in Afghanistan that cannot go to university and pursue research, to make some networks with them outside of Afghanistan, for example, in Germany or other countries, to have collaborations and research with other researchers abroad and at least can publish their work. Also, we help the students to apply for some jobs, and the opportunity of the tech-related fields is that there are lots of job demands worldwide, and most of them are remote and not require them to be on site. So our goal is to make them in the level of the job market outside of Afghanistan. And we also provide all of the education systems free of cost and available for all of the people in Afghanistan, not only women, but also men.
Thank you very much. That's impressive work in difficult circumstances. So can you maybe add a little bit, how is the work going on? Are there direct connections between different members of your network then who have different tasks? And how is this communication going on? Has it been impacted like by the problems with internet access and so in Afghanistan? How did you deal with these challenges?
Sorry, I have allergy because of that. I sometimes coughing a lot. I hope that I understand your question. The biggest challenge in Afghanistan is the instability of electricity, internet connection, and time constraints. And I know that also the students does not only have the education to be accessible for them, but also we realize that there are some problems, for example, emotional problems, because they cannot enter the universities and schools, even though that they can access them online, but emotionally it's really has a really bad impact on them. Can you repeat
Yes,
that?
yeah, thank you. I think that's already a good starting point, maybe to go now a little bit into the question of challenges, because of course we've seen there's many activities that are ongoing, that are possible, and that might have a potential impact, but of course there are quite a lot of challenges, and maybe also of costs, also maybe of personal costs, so maybe we could stay a little bit with that topic. What would you say, what were maybe your biggest barriers when you started this work, so what is it now that is most challenging?
Actually, I can summarize it with 2 or 3 things. I would say time, because you have actually your personal responsibility, including work, life, family, etc. Energy, because of those all responsibilities. Yeah, it's not easy to have energy for other things. So for those things, I would say how to motivate myself. It's when I feel that I'm working for something it's, bigger than myself, which is my home country, my beloved people. So that's motivate me. Also, another thing, when I'm working with people share with me the same beliefs, the same sense of responsibility. Maybe I can give an example in Safir conference. Maybe some of you knows about it. It's a Syrian research conference was conducted September last year in Syria. One of the organization team members was, I think, nearly 70 years old, Prof. Saad Kiali in Switzerland. So having these people with, I think he has a lot of responsibilities, but he's really a motivated person, energetic. So working with these people will give you this energy, will give you this motivation to, let's say, to face these difficulties. Yeah. So although these challenges, it's still worthwhile to work for your home country. So you will forget all of these difficulties.
Okay, thank you. I think that's already a very good concrete example, looking in the challenges and how it's possible to overcome this and to deal with the demands also that this type of volunteering activity is taken. Samad, does that resonate with you, or would you have something to add to that?
We share actually the same concept, motivation, responsibility, the positive side, but I don't know, it's my bad luck that the negative sides come to me, so I will elaborate on this. So one of the major challenges we found is when we face something that we cannot change. For example, when your identity is the problem, when, for example, because of your identity you are stigmatized, I mean, many of us are coming from conflict areas. And that country is stigmatized as the source of asylum seekers, the source of problems. So your identity related to that country is the problem here. And then you are invited to leave the country because 80%, for example, of your population should leave the country. That's something that we cannot change easily. Same thing comes to the discrimination against foreigners, against Middle Eastern, against some ethnic groups, some religions, and imagine that when all comes together, like a Muslim Arabic woman wearing hijab and trying to find a work, and then in so many job interviews, I mean, the whole interview turns into a discussion, what is this and why you need it? And these are deep problems that we cannot easily change. But as we said, we are still here and we are increasing our members, volunteers, so we are challenging the problems.
Yes, yes. So we are mentioning a very important issue, of course, that these activities are built on like a social setting and a social environment, which is indeed very difficult and is difficult when discrimination is involved and gives hurdles just for everyday surviving and working.
Like shortly, that comes maybe to your main research also about identity. I mean, we have heard about your book, and then I think we will be interested to have a detailed discussion. Ayhan, please.
Yeah, I just want to add something. It's we still have the trace of sanctions. I mean, I know these sanctions are released, but actually when we want to do something, we face this problem. As I'm working in MSD, it's known company for pharmaceutical companies. So I have the opportunity to find some old instruments, old for pharmaceutical, but not old for universities. So I had the opportunity to, let's say, book an old instrument and send it to Damascus University. But when I reach out to, let's say, people in my company, they told me, we tried that, but we cannot for the moment. And the sanctions, I don't remember, maybe you can remind me, Samer, when it's relieved officially? I don't know, maybe September, October last year, I don't know, maybe before. But until now, we cannot send this kind of instruments. So this is a big challenge for me I believe other people try the same, but we cannot do it, yeah?
Yes.
So, yeah.
Yeah, so there are quite a number of external constraints that neither on an individual nor on this networking level you can change, and it might need advocacy and cooperation with politics, and also the more general frameworks that are difficult then to navigate in the work. Katharina, would you like to add something? What would be the obstacles that you have been facing in the beginning? Maybe you have been able to overcome, or do you maybe have a completely different experience in your context?
In our context, of course, we didn't experience the sanctions problems, as it was mentioned before, but we experienced more trauma experience, because almost all of us experienced war, and honestly, that was and it's still the main challenge for us when you need to work, to support your family who is with you, children, as it was also mentioned during the previous panel, with children, and also you need to pursue your career, and maybe somebody was dreaming to change and to move to another country, but most of us were dreaming to stay in our homes and work inside academia. And I would say that third challenge, besides the trauma, mental challenges, and with children, family, of course, it's a different understanding of needs in academia and how it should work, and what kind of freedom we can have, because even Ukraine, of course, democratic country, but still we have very strict requirements, and something that is not allowed to do in Ukraine, it's allowed over here. So again, we didn't know what we can ask, for example, for working conditions, for library, for access to other academic resources, and of course, on top of this trauma, it was quite challenging. So with us, it's a little bit maybe slightly different that it was in your situation, but still, again, trying to kind of unite and to support each other even inside our community. And it was also something that we discussed during the previous coffee break with our colleagues that we just met. So with us, it was more about that. And with regard to challenges from academia, I would say that we received a lot of support from our colleagues inside institutions, inside academia. And as I mentioned in the beginning, for example, our colleagues who had Lithuanian Scientific Society, they invited us to create inside their society, our Ukrainian group, which helped scientists from different backgrounds, not only from lawyers or medical or others, to build our network inside their community. So we didn't need to build something from the beginning when we don't know how to do it and what kind of structure could be on top of other problems that we faced. But we could already do something tangible, something impactful that can help each other inside our community and who stayed outside the country. And then again, we tried to build this bridge with our Ukrainian colleagues who still stayed in Ukraine, because it's also very important to have this bridge between us and bring this knowledge and this expertise to Ukraine.
Yeah, thank you. So you're mentioning that it's been helpful and has been a first impact of creating this diaspora network outside and then also having this linkage. Maybe we can stay just for a quick round. And despite all these challenges, you've been doing quite a lot of and tremendous activities. So maybe what is one point where you can already see that your work has had a concrete impact or will have one at least very soon? I mean, it's a very difficult context, of course, but if there's one thing that you say, well, that was something that really had an impact.
Yeah, actually, as I mentioned before, it's updating the chemistry curricula, but it's not a direct impact. The process is slow because of different difficulties, but I see a high impact in long term. Also, when I was in Safir conference, the panel discussion there, the workshops, trainings, I mean, from the questions, from the ideas from that we have from the audience, you feel that your knowledge is successfully transferred. For me, the only impact that I see is the project I'm working on chemistry curricula, but it's not, I would say, a direct, but hopefully in long term, it will have impact for the new generation of chemistry students.
And you already experienced the transfer of knowledge.
Yep.
Sama, is that something that you would also mention, or is there something different you would see as a concrete impact that might have been realized already?
Yes, so I agree, of course, on the global impact. That will take some time, but I would mention the impact at individual level. That's very impressive. For example, in our data science learning environment, when you see a student who have never heard about R, for example, the programming language, just in a few weeks turned into data analyst, building very advanced visualization dashboard. Just the same person in a few weeks, you feel happy. You feel you change the life of a person. So that's very supporting, and that is very motivating.
Yes, thank you, indeed. Mosa, what would you like to mention?
Yes, I think it's worth of it, because if we don't support them, we will miss a long term of education capacity. And we receive, as I told, we received lots of inspiring messages from women in Afghanistan. They developed their skills and they obtained certifications. They obtained data science certifications, data analyst certifications, and very good certifications that are not only in Afghanistan, but they are important certifications and recognized certifications worldwide. They can use it for continuing their education. They can use it for example, getting jobs and working remotely. So I think the impact is very high, and it's really important.
Yeah, thank you.
Otherwise, they will be hopeless.
Yes, but though there's already some concrete impact with a certificate that they can continue and go on and have a perspective. Yeah, so maybe it would turn to Lisa and go maybe on a different level. And I would like to know from what you've heard now, what would be your resume, and also from the research you've been doing, despite you saying not being a researcher, but of course you do research, and you've been using and looking at quite a number of studies also on scientific diaspora. So what are the challenges in your eyes, and what are the benefits, what they can work on?
Thank you. Yes, I will have some slides. So a lot of things were already mentioned, and I feel really honored to be in the room with the practitioners and those scientific diaspora members that actually do the stuff that we analyze and we identify global trends. So when it comes to diaspora, we see diaspora as a very unique transnational player that is bringing value both to their country of origin, but also to their country of residence. And I'm happy that today we are talking about this intersection of two topics of education and training, but also peace building, conflict resolution, and reconstruction, because I'm sure we all in this room agree that education is essential to build sustainable peace and recover societies affected by conflict and war. So if we go to the previous slide, why we are looking into diaspora-led engagement for reconstruction, and I will not mention probably anything new, just summarize today's day. I think we all heard from these human stories that diaspora is motivated, is not motivated by financial return. They have this social and personal responsibility, and what's important not only to themselves, their families, their village, but also what we call imagined or distant communities. They feel responsibility to the whole country. And contrary to international donors, players, platforms, they who sometimes may have their own ideas and goals when they come with development projects or reconstruction projects to the countries that have to be restored. Diaspora focuses on systematic transformation because they know the root causes of the conflicts. They know these historical inequalities that caused this conflict or the war. And in the end, they contribute to the homegrown ownership, and they not only touch the physical infrastructure, restoration, maybe education facilities, but they also touch the sensitive topics of democracy was mentioned today, justice, memory, responsibility, political participation, and this builds homegrown ownership of these things, because if democracy in Syria, for example, can only be built by Syrians, what you mentioned, and that's why it will be much more sustainable long term. And what I also find really valuable, that diaspora keeps the values, the cultural sensitivities and the traditions instead of building from scratch what was ruined. And on the next slide, you can see several roles that scientific diaspora can play, and the definition. Maybe some of you in the room will not identify themselves as diaspora, but when we talk about scientific diaspora, we mean the highly skilled professionals who left their home country but are still engaged in the research, and they are still connected to their home country. So that's what we mean. And you've heard already many roles and activities that they can do. I will not cover them in the details. You can. I brought some publications that cover it in more details, which you can find in the foyer. But we mentioned that the biggest role is bringing this external knowledge to local context, adapting it to the local context. We mentioned curricula, upgrade, training, mentorship. What's important, the scientific diplomacy, when the scientists can advise on foreign policy, both in the home country, but also in the country of residence, for example, in Germany. And also, of course, peace-oriented education, advocacy, because these people know best how reforming education in their home country can bring sustainable peace and reconstruction. So that's on the roles, and then I can mention the challenges which were mentioned already a lot, but some of them are really connected to diaspora. For example, the lack of mapping, because if your country, whether it is the country of origin or the country of resident, you don't know where your diaspora is, or if we are in Germany, if Germany doesn't know which diaspora lives here and which skills they have, how can you potentially engage it in an efficient way? So mapping is crucial, and that's what we do and see a lot. Of course, what I think it was not mentioned, but diaspora often is met with trust deficit and skepticism in their home country, because especially when it is the diaspora from conflict or war-affected countries, because this is very sensitive. Yes, these people left, but they still want to restore the country, and sometimes they're perceived either as competitors for funds, resources, or as too distant to understand the local context. And that's unfortunate, and for this, this lack of recognition of diaspora expertise is a really big challenge. We also talk about brain drain, because these are highly skilled individuals, and if there is no regular exchange between the scientists hosted elsewhere, then of course this home country misses out a lot on this expertise. And yes, some other challenges that were already mentioned related to funding, flexibility, administrative barriers, not only for specific individuals, but also for their families. So the visas, bank account, legal things, and considering the whole families is really important when the scientists migrate. What else can I mention here? So yeah, actually a lot of, yes, discrimination, stigma, physical and mental trauma, this is all very related to especially scientists living in the conflict-affected areas. And should I go to the next slide or not?
Yes,
yet?
maybe we'll finish with some recommendations to see what can be done to support science diaspora communities, maybe first from a systemic point of view, and then we will turn to last round of questions, since we're already ending or coming to the close of the session.
Yes, so we identified some recommendations. They are mostly for those who work with diaspora. So for the, and also for the decision makers, those who build these programs to engage scientific diaspora. So first of all is flexible financial and technical support that is adaptable, flexible, and in terms of when it comes to scientific diaspora from conflict-affected areas, it should be a rapid technical and financial support. We are not talking only about grants and loans, which are crucial, but also about capacity development and tailored training that really responds to the needs of these scientists. Diaspora should be recognized and legitimized, and that can happen if it is already included in some national frameworks for research and innovation. It would really help. It is already included in some countries. Of course, events like this, coordination and networking and dedicated platforms should be regular and continuous, but also on different levels, on regional, but also international, and as well on different topics. So different topics of research that this knowledge exchange and exchange of best practices can be done in a more efficient way. Mapping and profiling scientific diaspora, that's what I already mentioned, but also increasing visibility of diaspora. Even if you don't identify yourself as diaspora, that's what we see a lot in our research, that yes, maybe especially those people who left because of the war or conflict, they will not immediately identify themselves as diaspora, but recognizing this unique transnational position is crucial. And highlighting success stories will help to improve the reputation of diaspora in their home country. So, for example, in Syria, Ukraine, Afghanistan, if we can talk about the stories more, and I know we are in the room when we are talking about these stories a lot, but outside this room, maybe you will not find out about the success stories so much. Of course, targeted psychological support as there is a lot of trauma, as it was mentioned today, a lot of burnout caused. So I was very happy to hear that the mentoring system already includes psychological support. This is really great. And to promote inclusive approach, and this means not only involving diaspora of different age and gender, but also of different social background, religious background, but also from really like remote and underserved areas, which sometimes are forgotten.
Okay, yes, I think that's been a good wrap up of this session already, but I want to go into one last question also to the order, to the panel. We will not have time for questions to the audience, but of course there will be dinner time and time to get into interaction. But maybe back to a more concrete level again where we started. I would like to ask you if maybe you have one small and very concrete piece of advice if somebody is here in the room who's interested in getting involved in this type of diaspora work but does not yet know where to start. Would you have one thing maybe that would be possible to do in the next couple of months? What would you recommend?
Okay, actually what I would advise is to start small. What I mean here is start, attend to a network, start in small projects, reviewing, writing protocols, join meetings. I would say your experience, your contribution, regardless the volume of it, it's meaningful for your country, for your people. So I would say the key is to start, and your engagement will grow naturally.
Okay, thank you. Yes. Start small with a small step. Osama, do you have something?
Yeah, I have just like 3 pages. Communicate, network, and start minor actions or small actions.
Okay, thank you for very quick input.
I can say for the third time that just start, don't think about limitations. Just start without considering any limitation, share one opportunity, help one person, or even make one collaboration. That's the major impact that you can see after some time.
Yeah, thank you. Katharina, what would you like to add?
I would say not to start something new, but to join the group that already exists, and inside this group to create this something new, because as a group you can do more than alone. And not to spend time for some formalistic creation of organization or something, but to do really something impactful.
Yes, using what is there and then building up on that. Okay, I think that's a great end to our panel and to the discussion. I would like to thank all the fantastic speakers we have had on the panel now. Please. Yeah, thank you also all in the audience here in the room and in the live stream for your attention, for listening to us, for bearing with us for so long into the evening. We will now end the streaming of the session, and of course afterwards there will be time for dinner and for discussion, so please don't hesitate to contact the speakers via the app or to talk to them right ahead when we're heading out. And but before we go out, there's some important announcement to be made for logistics. So, Frank.
Excellent. Thank you, Maike, and thank you again for this excellent panel. So Today we've heard about fundamental values, we've learned about global trends, we've learned about individual cooperation, far-reaching networks, and the systemic impact that networks can have. So a lot to think about, a lot to talk about, but before we let you do that over dinner, just a few logistical remarks. Please have a look at the app. Tonight there will be buses that will take you back to the hotels. We had to split the group up into 2 hotels because there were thankfully so many attendees. All the buses will actually go to both hotels, so don't worry which one you get on. If you don't want to go to the hotel, don't get on the bus because this is the only place they will go. At 8:30 and 9 o'clock, so maybe just keep an eye on your watches. Tomorrow morning, and that is maybe hard news to digest, the buses will start from the hotels between 7:40 and 8 a.m. But there will be morning coffee waiting for you from 8 o'clock, and the sessions will start at 9 o'clock sharp, or as sharp as possible. Please remember that those of you leaving the hotel tomorrow to check out in the morning, and you can bring your luggage, you can leave your luggage at the coat check over there, but this might take some time and create some lines, so please factor it in when planning which bus you take. Just one note on the workshop 1A, Grant Writing Advanced Researchers. Dr. Kolb was not able to actually come here. However, the team behind this forum, Maike and Sandra, worked their magic and found a replacement who will be there tomorrow. So Dr. Sabine Preusse will take over that workshop and it can move ahead as planned. It's just another coach doing it. And now, please enjoy the dinner, please enjoy your conversations, and happy to see you again tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you.